Peggy 18.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome here to the second of three Challenger events here. I'm joined by Brycey, of course. I am Phil Momo Whitfield. And we've got, as I say, the second of three of the Challenger divisions going on.
Yeah.
Now, we're joining at a certain stage, I think round 32, where we're going to see some teams battling it out. We're going to see two games today.
Yeah, we are. So we kind of had a little conversation before we actually came on about which game to pick, and there was a few we tried to get on, but we've kind of settled on one now, and I think it's a pretty good game considering we were trying to look for that balance of teams that are well known enough between, you know, how one-sided these games were going to be, because we didn't want to just watch a 3-0 smashing, so we've tried to kind of hope for an even game.
Yeah, that, I mean, we
Fingers
could have very
crossed.
easily picked, you know, Millennium,
Yeah.
who are up currently against the Riot female team, you know, predicted 3-0. There's other ones where Infused at the moment are storming their way through, but we've picked one which are two teams which hopefully you guys will know, but there are some old faces there, and we'll be able to introduce that very, very shortly to you. But just to kind of break it down to you, what we're going to go through today is two games, two best of fives, which will be round 32 and round 16, I believe. Round 64 and round 32, to correct myself. And then tomorrow, we will be able to see the tournament through.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of interesting to see, because this might be one of those ones where people pick a team here by luck, and they end up actually getting the storyline all the way through. So if we do see one of these teams, and we actually see them get into Sunday, that's actually a massive achievement for them, because we have stayed away from some of the teams we do expect to progress through very, very easily. Pretty much anybody in the CWL we expect to make it through, so we've shied away from a few of those matchups. So hopefully we should see some fantastic games later on.
Yeah, and of course, just to break it down for you as well, what these guys are playing for, you know, the prize pool, the points that are on the line, let's bring that up, let's introduce it, and let's just walk you through that. It's all on the screen, so you guys can obviously see that. But a lot of money on the line, $5,000 per event here, which is really interesting. Of course, first place taking that $2,000 cash and 500 CWL points as it's broken down there, all the way to a top 8 placing of $250 for the team and $150 per person, I believe. But nevertheless,
the money's important, right?
Yeah, especially for, you know, the lesser-known players. But
it is.
I think the CWL points are even
Those
more
CW
important.
points. I mean, there's been a lot of discussion over CW points in the last week because people are now trying to figure out where they stack up and how it's all going to go forward. We've got a LAN coming up, CWL LAN coming up in 1 week, and then after that we have the next cup at the same time. And we're really going to start to see a level for these players now of who's actually going to be hopeful to qualify for the next season.
Yeah, and interestingly enough as well, in this one, we see Pulse playing. I think they're through to round 3 at the moment, so they're playing amongst them. You know, people have doubted them. They're 0-14 in the season so far. So it's good that now, you know, last week we had an event actually going on at the same time, so some were missing out. Millennium didn't take part, but everyone's included with this one. They've all kind of chucked it, all kind of feet first, got involved, and a lot of Call of Duty's been played today, some which obviously we can't bring you every single game, of course, but we will bring you the best that we can.
Well, so this is where you start cutting your teeth. Anybody who's played Call of Duty at any sort of level, you yourself at the semi-pro level, me at the professional level, it's where you these cups mean so much, and they happen so regularly, but this one's probably more important than most. Anybody who's classes themselves as semi-pro or breaking into that pro level will be here in this cup today, and they'll be hoping to make it as far as possible because they need those points. They desperately need those points to actually stand a chance of qualifying for the next season. And getting into that next season for some of these players means the world.
Yeah, and it means the world to them. But of course, these Challenger events, we see 3 obviously offline, online, sorry, which we're casting through. We see obviously offline events, which are coming up next weekend. Each one brings you those points and is determining the seed, basically, for the next cup. So you have to perform in every single one. You can't have an off week. You've got to put your all into it. And this is what and why so many people are getting involved. Of course, if you're not already, it's callofduty.com/esports, or you can literally find it in so many places. Follow us on all the Twitters at COD World League, for example. But it's definitely going to be an interesting one. And I think this first game, we've picked the best of what we can, you know.
Yeah, like I say, it was one of those we would look at, can we get that one? Can we get that one? And I think it's an okay game. I'm expecting. I mean, to be fair, we picked this because of one name, realistically, in our minds. A guy who's conspicuous in his absence from the CWL and probably the biggest name outside of the EU CWL.
Yeah, and that man is, of course, Watson. He was in the CWL. He qualified for the CWL alongside Epsilon, and that's no kind of team that's just scraping through. They're battling for that first position, of course. With his performance, both in-game and out of the game, his attitude toward the game, he was released from Epsilon.
He was.
And further to that, he, had a little break, and now he's back, and he's saying, I want to get back in there. I want to get back to the top. And something that Watson has actually always done. He's competed across the pond.
Well, this is it. Like, I mean, Watson was kind of in the ascendance. He had this great storyline before we get too deep into it, but he went across to America. He performed amazingly at Champs last year. He was becoming a massively well-known name. And all of a sudden, he got into the CWL. Epsilon was kind of a hot favorite. They still are. And it just seemed like he must have just, slowed down a little bit. He must have put the brakes on, and Epsilon weren't happy with his performance, weren't happy with the amount of playtime he's putting on, to the point where he's now kind of dropped off the map a little bit. Everything he did has taken a massive setback.
And I think that's been Watson as a whole. I mean, I was going to say the privilege of teaming with him. I don't know if I can use that word. I've had the experience of teaming with Watson. The very highs.
Tell us. Be honest though. You got to kind of explain this, because I know I've heard it before. But you've worked with this player personally.
Yeah, I mean, being a teammate of Watson was honestly the best and the worst thing at times. Watson was a player which would bring ridiculous hype to a game, whether you're playing in just a little scrim or you're playing in the highest of tournaments. And, he'd always give his 100% if he was in the game and he was focused and, he wanted to win. But half the time, he wouldn't be focused. He'd be looking at other things. He'd be looking at, he'd be focused on doing something else that night. And it just was basically like a split personality with Watson. And you so wanted just to take one of them and get rid of the other.
Like that old Superman movie where you just split the two.
Yeah.
I can't remember which. I think it's Superman 3 or 4. I can't remember exactly which.
I can't tell you.
That's a real throwback for those who haven't seen the original Superman movies. That's way back. But yeah, no, I understand that. It's been something it's been brought up before. He's a very emotional player. We know that.
Yes. Really, yeah, he is.
And that can very much affect a team. And it's some reason he got dropped from Epsilon. And I was expecting maybe a team to pick him up, like Shane and Sunny did. We saw them actually come back into the CWL after not qualifying. Somehow he went the other way. I was expecting somebody to kind of grab him and go, we could use him.
Yeah, we can use him. We can use his talent. But I think if you do that, if you grab Shane, you grab an experience, you grab him what you know what you're getting. Yeah. With Watson, it's like opening it's just you're opening a box and then you can get anything.
I love the fact that you had this great. You were ready for it. It was going to be an amazing metaphor.
I was thinking of zombies. I didn't know what it was called. The box.
The mystery box.
The mystery box.
The mystery box.
It is like opening a mystery box with Watson. You could get
a ray gun.
The best day of Call of Duty from Watson, or you could get the worst. And I am so excited, and I say that so honestly, just to see this man in action again. I mean, an ex-teammate of mine, but also a character in his own rights. His interviews were absolutely outstanding. And let's just see.
They were a highlight. They were certainly a highlight.
He was like, people look forward to watching, say, Killer interviewed in North America. For me, it was always Watson in Europe. I mean, the things he came out with was absolutely hilarious. But other than that, let's get into the game. Let's see what they're playing. And let's get on board with it. Of course, you guys at home, it is Exertus, and they're up against Next Gen Gaming. It is a German side, I believe. So, the British versus the German here battling out.
Watson's actually missed his ban.
I mean, this says it all. This says everything about Watson, like, straight away. I mean...
All right, so we haven't seen High Caliber or Rapid Fire go yet. We've had the Man of War go, which is an interesting ban straight off the rip. But clearly something they're playing around. Might see an Afterburner ban. It is Evac. Evac's famous for those, although it's usually more on like uplink or capture the flag. But right now we're just kind of waiting to see exactly what happens.
I've just noted the 27 is froze.
Yeah.
So whatever is happening, we'll of course get it. I presume it's something to do with Watson missing his ban there. But anyway, come back. Let's break it down because I don't think I'd even finished on Watson really as a player, and I've focused on him.
Keep going.
I actually want to pause on Watson just for a second because his teammate Desire was an ex-teammate of Shane, Sunny, and who is the third?
Talking about the old Orbit squad.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
was it? It was Shane, Sunny, Desire, and was it Vortex?
It might have been Vortex. I mean, there's been a few kind of new names rising to the surface.
It was Vortex. It was Vortex or Hawkeye, and I couldn't decide, but it was Vortex because Hawkeye got picked up by Epsilon anyway. But he was the only player not to find himself in the CWL from that Orbit squad. So now he's joined up with Watson, who had qualified, and it's a little bit of a kind of, for me, a bit of a leftover squad. Teams that, you know, could have made it, players that could have made it.
But speaking about leftover squads, and that sounds like a bad thing, but you've got to remember, if you go way back into the last game, if that's how Infuse came
I was going to say, yeah, like, that is Infuse storyline. They were all a leftover squad, and they only went into, I think it was one of the EGLs where they went into it, and it was like, yeah, we'll team for this event, we'll see what happens, and then, you know, a year later, they're still teaming their head, you know, they're heading kind of CWL at the moment. So anything can happen, you know, if a team works, it works.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's one of these ones. I mean, we've seen God Squads fail. We've seen, you know, structured teams fail. We've seen, you know, pickups come through and place top 3 in an event.
Yeah.
So it is one of those ones. It's very much on the day, and I think chemistry is something a lot of teams can't buy. Infuse obviously have it coming out of their ears. They just seem to have all clicked really, really easily. We could see another thing here, and Exertus is one of the teams a lot of people are keeping an eye on.
Exertus are a team which definitely could cause an upset, and I think definitely could challenge some of the current CWL teams, for sure, depending for me on how these other two players, because I know Watson like the back of my hand, Desire I've seen and I've casted over many, many times, but these other two players as well, they're just, for me, as surprising or can surprise me as anyone else in you know, this challenge division.
No, I completely agree. And now, being perfectly truthful, I'm not 100% on how Exertus is going to get past maybe the quarters. Like, once they start coming up against CWL teams, there's obviously that skill gap that we've seen time and time again. But I do expect them to have a very good showing here. I expect them definitely go on to the next round. I'm actually going to put that prediction in straight away against Team Next Gen, because this Team Next Gen is, from what I understand and what some of the players, I've only really kind of circled the drain around some of them. Not the greatest of squads. So I do kind of give it a little bit to Exertus here without knowing too much of how both teams play, simply because I have known quantities in Watson and Desire. So realistically, I think that's going to be a little bit easier to kind of map down. But again, like I said, disparity, once they hit a big roadblock, once they've got past Team Next Gen, then I think they're actually going to struggle.
Yeah, I think it's that moment, because we're jumping into round of 64.
64 teams left.
There's always, you're going to jump into a game where there's always going to be one favourite. Unless you get two very unknown teams that have kind of battled it out through, you're always going to jump into, you know, Millennium versus the Riot Female squad. We saw Infuse coming up against, I can't remember
I think it was Team Divine. I want to say Divine. I think
Divine,
was one of the options.
I think it was Divine. And you look at them and you think 3-0, 3-0. It's just the way it's going to go. And we didn't want to bring, you know, a game which was just going to be a stomping, a 50-point club hard point, a 16 lesson D. There's kind of no fun in that, really. We wanted to bring the most competitive games. Of course, we don't really know what the next stage is because we're not there yet. We haven't seen who qualifies from which
ones. There are still games going on.
There is.
This is the other thing about open tournaments, right? Is that it's very difficult to get the games you want to watch because sometimes there's a delay in part of the bracket. Sometimes you're waiting for teams to finish maps, and then if you do another game in front of them, they're like, oh, we actually got a really quick turnaround. We're now halfway through the next game. All right, so we won't watch that one either.
Funny story was we actually wanted to watch another game as well.
Yeah, we were the very first game we picked out of the bracket was Team Spud versus Bulldog.
Yeah.
And turns out they're actually already through. They were halfway through their second map, so we're like, oh, well, we can't watch them then.
And for you guys as well, if you do know, some of the old faces, McGee was in Team Spud, of course, kind of the Irish pun there, if you like. Pasco as well, teaming up with two lesser-known players, Sketchy and Prime, I think it is, Giddy Prime. But on the other side of things, it was obviously Bulldog. Pato is a well-known kind of figurehead of Bulldog himself.
Pato's had some real big exposure recently. I think he's one of the ones that a lot of players are looking for and pushing forward. I think it was the I-Series he had a really good performance at. And that kind of boosted him up in a lot of people's kind of view. But let's go back very quickly to talk about Pasco and McGee, because although we know them, you've teamed with them.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of people may not know why we were looking at that game, why we were looking at these players. For me, McGee, actually a similar story to Watson in terms of consistency. Pasco, before he stopped, I certainly ranked him up there with some of the top ARs in Europe.
Yeah, McGee I want to compare to Watson, very much so. But I want to let you know, McGee has teamed with the likes of Tommy, Swanee, Gataga, everything, going back so far. He's won multiple LAN events. When I teamed with it was me, Pasco.
He didn't win when you teamed with him,
He
of course.
didn't, and with me, it was me, McGee, Pasco, and Jerd. So, you know, he's teamed with everyone. I mean, how I got into that squad, I don't know. Jerd, obviously, I found this kind of young little Irish fellow, and I brought him on board. And
a leprechaun is what you're trying to say. You found the leprechaun. And that allowed you the wish to get into team with Jerd. Is that how that went down?
Well, it all kind of just came together. You know, I used McGee to get Jerd. I was like, we've already got one Irish player. Let's get two. Let's get this chemistry flowing. Pasco was a player.
This is team building 101, by the way. These are the critical.
Yeah, this is how you do it. And then, of course, Pasco was a player going right to the start of kind of Call of Duty competitive, if you like. He's been playing, you know, before even I started. You know, and he's still here today, tearing it up in tournaments like this. But back in the game. And we see the... Oh, so we
Double AR ban. All right.
Oh, of course, we've got different orders of where... I was going to say Watson's picked the...
Watson would ban you, mate.
Yeah, and we've got Optic_Minimat.
All right. Well, High Caliber gone. That's a very usual ban. 4 bans left, or 1 we expect to be Rapid Fire. Concussion gone as well. If they're going to ban Concussion, they'll probably ban Flashbangs. There's Rapid Fire gone as well. 2 bans left.
Yeah, and that's going to be Mirago and Dequeeve here for the last couple. And Afterburner obviously is very much a target ban on evac. Whether it comes in on hardpoint,
I mean, it's not as big on hardpoint, to be fair. Flashbang, there we go. The Concussion went, the Flashbang's gone. Semtex has gone as well. So no Semtex's. Frag's still open though, so it's not the biggest of target bans. Like, it's not a massive problem because you can still run those lethals. All right, incoming now. We can see Annihilator, Ceres. We'll probably see sides on both sides, actually. Heatwave for both. That's actually a very good pick for both teams there, especially breaking things like P2.
Would like to see, you know,
we're going to see active camo. We're going to see active camo. Oh, Annihilator's both sides, actually. Sides both sides as well. Active camo or kinetic?
I mean, I'm much more in favour of kinetic, especially on hardpoint.
There we go.
And yeah, that's the one. I mean, I think active camo is kind of your alternative for Heatwave in a way. But
I just think it's got. I'm actually going to disagree with you there. I think active camo is the opposite one of kinetic. It's used for breaking. It's used to keep you alive in scenarios where you need to, which is why it's used in objective modes. Heatwave is that first break, and it's more difficult to use.
Yeah, I guess it's all three in a way. Kinetic, protect yourself. Active camo, be sneaky to break a hill, and Heatwave, just jump in with a bang and shut them all down. But very much like your weapons, they're all weapons at the end of the day.
The advantages that kinetic and Heatwave actually have over active camo is that active camo, you'll probably only win one of the gunfights because it takes off the aiming, and as soon as you engage in that gunfight, you automatically comes to nothing. Whereas Heatwave, you can Heatwave multiple opponents, and kinetic can save you from multiple opponents as well. But active camo has the advantages that you can use it in other ways. You can use it to sneak past. It will be more of a tactic. It's great for flanking. If you have the drone, as we've seen, you can use it to kind of slip past people. So it's a little bit more of keeping out of the way there and making sure you can go the route you want to, rather than the other two, which are a little bit more aggressive. Heatwave being very aggressive, of course.
Yeah, and actually an interesting pickup for me is the Annihilator on both sides. Like, this was picked up straight away there from DZ and Watson as well. This is something that's been absent in actually a lot of the CWL teams, where people have favoured kind of 3 abilities.
Tempest. We usually see the Tempest picked over
Tempest, you know, Tempest or active camo would come before that usually. But
well, they've picked 2 lethal. I wasn't really expecting to see the Annihilator. I was expecting to see the Tempest more than anything. But Scythe is definitely something a lot of people use on this map.
Scythe on hardpoint is put in the right hands, and it can tear through bodies. I mean, Watson, when I first kind of started, I thought Watson would be very much like your Swanee or your Broken, who would kind of adopt that assault rifle. And I actually don't know the role Watson will be playing, because this guy was a machine back in the day, and he could pull out an SMG and, you know, turn into your PTs or anything like that, or he could be your very static AR player. I actually remember speaking
to him on Black Ops 2 when you teamed with him, and talking about, you know, AR, or because you actually AR'd for that squad back then.
I did. I was the anchor.
Exactly. And I was talking about, you know, how they were going to run that. So, you know, I have seen Watson SMG. I have seen him play that role, but I do think he's more powerful as an AR, and he is an aggressive AR as well. That's the best thing about him. Is that he's got this massive confidence in what he does.
If he's partnered with a great objective player and a great anchor, he can free roam the map, just picking up kill after kill after kill.
I think he's probably going to be running a HVK here. No matter, I think it's a good idea regardless, because you can be aggressive with that weapon and also accurate at long range. So I think he's probably going to be running a HVK, although you never know, maybe an XR2 coming out. We haven't seen an awful lot of those, actually. It seems to have dropped by the wayside a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, this is the exciting thing about these Challenger Division, because we don't know what to expect, even though these names that, you know, were so disappointed not to get in the COD World League.
Right. There we go.
Right, okay. So, let's start with Watson. We've given him so much praise already, so we're attention, if you like. It would be unfair almost to put it out right now. Straight to hard point number 1 into the middle. Watson picking up 1, make it 2, and Desire's actually going to finish off Optic Minimap there. As we'll see,
Watson's just going to be holding it. He's being a little bit cautious there and going into the hill. We'll pick up another one as well. Looking for more, trying to get them down. Not quite able to. Dequee goes in as well. He will go down, and it does look like Exertus are not the right team. That's not the right team. It's the wrong way around. Anyway, next gen coming on now, and we can see that they are going to have control.
Yep, and just to clarify, Exertus and Next Gen, the names will be flipped round soon. But at the moment, Exertus are in control of this hardpoint. Watson on 4-on-1. As you see him rocking the MR6, we've seen what lethal damage this can do to teams just tearing apart. Urban's a big fan of this as well as Zero.
Oh, he knows.
He
knows.
He's heard him.
Oh my goodness, Desire just opening up there. He's going to be using that H3K, and a lot of people are actually, even when you're not seeing some of the main ARs banned out, this gun is still coming into play from a lot of people because you can be more aggressive with it. It actually benefits. People are calling it almost a hybrid AR SMG. Obviously, I do think it has a little bit more of the AR in it, but it just, because of its massive fire rate, it actually becomes in so useful. And we're watching Watson now because he's trying to actually make sure he holds the spawns for his teams, and there are 2 people trying to hunt him down.
Yeah, and there he goes. Falls does put some damage into him, not pulling off the kill, and Carbine's actually going to hop on to try and get the last of these 30 seconds. You've got to remember there's still 30 seconds in play for this hardpoint. It's still up for grabs. Of course, Exertus taking this early lead now, 45 points already gained for them as Next Gen trying to break through. They're actually successful.
Flooding in. It's only Morago that's actually still alive, and he's trying to do some work here. Picked up a second, looking for the third with a pre-fire. Not quite able to get it as Desire comes in, using that RK5 to pick up his second kill. Another one coming through. Does get a few bursts on him, but not quite enough. And now you can see the rotation has come in. They will get that scrap time there, Next Gen. But this is a big hold if they can do it.
Yeah, they need to lock down the spawns, and Exertus have got that. You can see the kind of these 3 red arrows, if you like, this already here. But Savvy going around the side, using the wall runs to his advantage, but Carbine's in Desire, shutting them down straight away. And again, just gaining such control. And look at the spawns you can see Next Gen here getting such a kind of far out spawns, purely because
that spawn was the most horrible to spawn in the entire game. You're so far away. There's choke points anywhere you go. And it just takes so long. If you lose a gunfight, or even if you trade, you know your teammate is not coming back for a long time.
Yeah, and that's not random, by the way. That's Exertus not only capturing the hardpoint, they're pushing out, they're forcing them back, if you like. But Next Gen trying to do everything they can to get back into it. Only DZ picking up a kill as they're
looking now to push this. Who is that? It's going to be Minimap. Minimap wants to make this kill, and he's trying to push this spawn out. Not going to use his heat wave there. Probably a good idea to not really waste the specialist at this point. It's too open. You probably only get that one person if you can find them. But here we go. Rotation now coming in. Watson will pick up one. Doesn't drop down the hole. Fortunately, looking for the second one as well. Does get that one at the same time. Actually rocking the VMP. Now looking for the third. He doesn't get it. I think his teammate got that.
He did. No, he did
get it. Got it. Going for the fourth, but Carbine will actually pick that one up. But down he goes eventually as Watson starts to carve open Team Next Gen, and they increase their lead now.
Yeah, this is where they can really kind of run away with it. Oh, the heat wave comes in for Carbines there for the double.
Care.
He's on a 4-kill streak right now, Carbines, and someone we haven't kind of touched on too much. A player that's almost, you know, got so much potential.
This is it. Out of all of these names on Team Exertus, Carbines is the one I actually know the least about.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And, you know, he's not to be confused by another Carbine in the Call of Duty kind of scene. But Savvy and DZ trying to get back into this. At the moment, this lead is just extending to dangerous lengths, Bryce.
Yeah, it's huge, especially considering the next hill coming up. P1 is one of those ones where you don't really expect to make an awful lot of time back. You maybe get 10 points, realistically, in the entire thing if you can kind of push the other team out. But you expect a lot of trading to go on with points in P1. As they both rotate into it here, can Exertus prove me wrong?
Yep, Desire has hit 20 already, as well as teammates 16 for Watson. But looking at the other side...
Did he see that second player? I think he did. He was pre-aiming it as well. Still alive, actually. Still doing a lot of work, forcing them to go all the way around the outside. It's going to be Dequee looking for this one, and he does see one. Going to call for reinforcements. No, he's going to pelt the kinetic, but he's only going to win one with it. Watson's going to be in there as well, watching Carbine's back. We actually saw Watson does actually have his scythe here, but no, I wouldn't use it here either.
Yeah, Carbines and Watson's just trading and kind of maneuvering around this middle hard point so well there, exchanging kills. 2 go down for Next Gen as well, 2 for Exertus, and now you can see the break trying to be coming in, and Morago making use of those frag grenades. Of course, Semtex was banned, so that's kind of the cause of these frags being used.
I wonder if Watson is now going to try, and yeah, he's probably going to... No, I was wondering whether or not he's going to try and hold stairs then, ready for the people to come round, but he's actually going to go right out the back. Clearly has a position in mind for his team, but he's already got 2 teammates out there.
Yeah, and you can see here once again, I mean, Exertus constantly getting these spawns and
Here's
always
a big
kind
fight.
of leading it.
Oh, he was just looking the wrong way there. And it's going to be Carbines trying to come back and reinforce the hill now. They have lots of spawn for this, so it is a little bit bad for them. They need to make these kills going forward. He is going to not get that second one. I wondered if he was going to pop the heat wave running out there as well. It doesn't matter. And they have completely outslayed Team Next Gen and pushed them way out.
I mean, 24 kills, Desire, not only on the hard point, not only racked up a minute and 15,
oh,
but he's
surely
picking
not.
kill after
Heat
kill.
wave back. He's trying to get it, doesn't matter.
3 Bs for Carbines, and again, we've highlighted him before. He was on a 4-kill streak last time, make it 5.
Wow.
Does fall, and again, Carbines, you know, not one to kind of just sit off the hard point.
22 and 11.
Him and Desire really kind of turning up, as well as watching, you know, 19 and 9. Dequeeve has also got 18 under his belt, and I think this is just a team kind of showing how much, like, you know, if you can outslay the other team, it's only going to end one way. Well,
here comes the rotation, and it will be Team Next Gen actually in the commanding position. Let's jump on board with Savvy. Going to be using that HVK. And, oh, no, doesn't hit anything but scenery.
Yeah, shut the window, Savvy. That's getting a little bit windy in there, but never mind. Minimat here on the hard point. He does fall for Carbines, and one thing that Exertus need to do, if they can break this again and just show
kinetic.
Them, oh, I mean, I just think it's a little bit too late. I think.
Well, especially if you don't hit any of your bullets. It does seem like right now Team Next Gen are having problems with the way this map is designed. They seem to be trying to kill the scenery more than anything else.
Yeah, Watson does have that Annihilator, does get shut down by Savvy, but how easily was that broken?
Oh, just horrifically easy. Even with a kinetic problem, even with specialists on the favour of Team Next Gen. Exertus just kind of ate them for breakfast, but Savvy's actually going to have out his scythe right now and going to be trying to use this to get this 20 points back desperately. Gets one there. That's already got 2 with this as well. It does do an awful big job, but it does look like Dequeeve came in and just shut him down.
Yeah, that's a big play as well from Dequeeve. Not only just to make the kill, but just to shut down that scythe. You know, there's nothing worse than hearing kind of that robotic arm firing up and just kind of having to back off and, you know, almost play a little bit differently. Savvy, though, set up on the next one. Not having the best games. 13 and 25. Make it 14. Gets shut down by Watson in the back, and Watson's got down. 2.
DD's trying to get this one back. Does manage to pick up Watson, actually, with a HCXD. Trying to pick up a second. Does. Going to be a player come and pinch him, though, from the back. Carbines is going in. Heatwave been popped as well. He picks up 2 for his entrance into the hill. Looking for the third. Pre-fire running out of ammo. Not going to be able to get this one. Doesn't matter. Teammates coming in to reinforce. And this game could be all but over here. Carbine just dropping it everywhere here. May even use a lightning strike to end this one out. There's a Cerberus on the map as well. It does look like this is going to be all over.
Yeah, with the clock ticking, and that's going to be that. There's only one player that can stop it, and he's not going to be able to. Map number 1 does go in favor of Exertus. Just to recap as well, those names were the wrong way around, but Exertus took that 250 to 94. A very convincing showing.
Yeah, it was actually more one-sided than I thought it was going to be. It just seemed like Exertus really had the chops to slay, and Carbines especially was picking up massive amount of kills. We saw Desire doing enough work that he needed to in the hill, and then Watson was just being who we expected him to be, pushing it and holding it solid with an AR.
I mean, I actually thought Watson would be kind of leading that spearhead, if you like, of Exertus, but Carbines and Desire both for me impressed me more than anyone in that game, especially Desire, just the way he was going about it. He's moving around the map. He's, you know, he's kind of moving in the sense of in-game as well as kind of, you could see what he was doing and what he was planning. Always that one step ahead, always rotating early. And I think that in itself gives the likes of Watson to play like he wants, gives him the free roam.
This was the question we were asking coming in here. Now, we haven't seen Watson in 2 months maybe playing any of these games, and we were expecting, you know, how does it stack up with a new team? Turns out his teammates he's found and the ones he's working with actually probably suit him down to the ground here. There was even a portion there where his teammates pushed out back of P2, and one of his other teammates was watching stairs, and Watson was doing the hill work.
Yes, yeah.
So it's interesting to see how that team dynamic works. And you actually saw Watson, he looked out towards the back and went, I kind of want to go out there, but I've already got 2 teammates doing it.
I think that's the best thing about Watson and something he's very, very strong at. The more space Watson can put between him and the enemy is you know, he loves that. If in close quarters, yeah, he can win those gunfights. But if he sees someone 20, 30, 40 feet away, that's when he excels. That's when he can just use his precision in his shot to take them down. I think he's very much like your kind of standard assault rifle player.
Yeah, and speaking of standard assault rifle player, obviously they didn't have the opportunity there. We were wondering whether it was going to be the XR2 or the HVK.
Yeah.
Turns out they got him in that position where the XR2 benefits him a little bit more. But we saw him also running the VMP, which is a lot of people's favourite right now. Now, I'm wondering when this next ban phase comes down, if I remember correctly, Team Next Gen were the ones who were banning out those ARs.
Yeah, they were, and they were taking it away from him. But I think no matter how many you ban, there's always going to be a viable one, whether it's the ICR, the HVK, the XR2.
I haven't seen a lot of ICRs recently.
No, I mean, the ICR, I guess, is when, say, M8, XR2, Man of War, and HVK are gone. So 4 down, you've still got an ICR, which is a great, reliable weapon. Yeah. And yes, it's not the best, but I think it's... Oh, of course. I mean, how can we forget? I mean, that is a gun in its own league sometimes, especially with high caliber.
Do you know what the ICR actually reminds me of? If you want to compare it to any gun in the series, go for it. What do you think?
In the series? ACR MW2?
No, actually, it doesn't. It doesn't have the same...
Sorry, MW3 I was thinking. Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're wrong. M4, COD 4.
Yeah. I mean, it's...
Very similar-ish recoil pattern, similar damage, similar rate of fire. I think it matches that, going way back to that sort of gun. The ACR for me was had a little bit less recoil, maybe, in terms of it was a bit more vertical recoil than anything else.
Yeah.
And maybe a slightly faster fire rate. But yeah, I think that's you know where I would put it. Sorry.
Yeah.
And that you have to go way back for that. I'm sure there's probably a gun more recent than something like that, but I can't think of
I think there's a gun like it almost in every Call of Duty. Basically, a standard assault rifle, which is not much recoil, pretty accurate, pretty average damage, but there's ones with higher damage and higher recoil that it's always set out the same. You could say the ACR, M4, obviously, even just you saying that makes me smile. It just brings back so many memories.
Well, this is something. If you go back now, and I'm going to cast your minds back now, something they talked about before in Call of Duty is the way the developers and the pro scene kind of react with each other. Now, it's interesting the way that a lot of pros use these guns. They pick them for efficiency. Now, massive recoil is a problem unless you've got that time to kill and you can control it. The pros are obviously experts at that. So you see this, and I believe this conversation was about the RM in Black Ops, in Ghost, sorry. And they were talking about the Remington and the way that the pro didn't expect the pros to use it because it only had 20 bullets in the clip. Its rate of fire wasn't as high as some of the others, but because of how efficient it was and the damage it put down, it means so many pros were actually loved it, and it became one of the main assault rifles. We're seeing the same thing here now, and especially with the way that some of these players interact with their weapons. HVK is obviously being used in specific conditions, the M8 being pretty much the go-to assault rifle at the moment, and that's the way the pros break these guns down, is what do I need, what's the most efficient way for me to do my job and to win this game.
And sometimes, especially on certain maps, Evac's a prime example, is you're going to be running around with your assault rifle and come up against a close quarter kind of fighting. That's when almost your HVK and your ICR might come in a little bit better than your M8 or your XR2, your Shivas. And it's just this balance. It's always getting the right balance. And if they were, say, on Breach, you might see them, Wattson, sticking to that XR2 the whole game. Yeah. But when you see such a close quarters gun kind of fight
it wouldn't even be the first time we've seen a player switch between hills. Because that happens as well. Some players will actually switch what they're doing. Usually, it's not from AR to AR. It's usually something like AR to SMG, depending on the way they want to play their map. Yeah. Or even, into an Argus or something. But yeah, I do agree. I think it's one of those ones where you see these players really thinking about what they're using here. We also see in this game the viability of pistols, meaning that if you are going to be running a burst assault rifle, which is really going to suffer at close range, it means you can equip that secondary. You can actually push things a little bit easier. And you see a lot of players run those MR6s or the RK5s into those close quarter battles.
Yeah, I mean, the RK5 and MR6, they're so almost kind of intense, if you like, when really kind of close up. You will see even M8 players, it's like, put the M8 away, I'll use this pistol. That has no attachments, nothing special about it. They'll just take it right off them. But let's get into the ban and protect. Let's see what's going on. Again, we see overclock and concussion taken away, but
overkill. That's fairly usual now. People kind of want you to suffer a little bit from taking a sniper. So, and I don't mean suffer in the terms of, we're going to try and nerf you a little bit. It's actually more so, if you are going to pick that sniper, we want you to kind of make those picks and not being able to push push a bomb site or an objective as well with an SMG, because it's harder to trade with a pistol at those kind of ranges or in certain scenarios. So it kind of depends. It's one of those ones where if you are going to run a sniper, or if you have a good sniper, they want to make sure you're not doing that. But normal bans everywhere else, we are seeing both tacticals go. We've seen high caliber and rapid fire so far, and we've seen active camo go. So although it wasn't actually drafted last time or banned last time, it's actually going to be one of the ones that you can't even pick this time round. So let's see how... Oh, Overdrive already. Optic minimap, that's important.
Yeah, Minimap has Watson taking the high caliber rapid fire there, active camo. VMP taken away as well. I mean, that's different, obviously, straight away from the first game. But we're seeing pretty similar specialists come out. Of course, Overdrive being picked by Mini, as you did highlight there. I don't know what to call him. I think, you know, Optic Minimap, I just... I went reading it. I'm going to stick to Matt.
All right, well, we're seeing Glitch come in as well for both sides. Heat Wave, kinetic armor, only on the side of Exertus right now. Oh, we've seen Overdrive coming from Desire as well. Morago, last one under the gun, and he is going to take Psychosis. Not something we see all that often. Kinetic was still available. I'm surprised, realistically. I mean, Psychosis, we spoke about it actually at length last time we were here. And right now, it does seem to be one of the ones that people aren't picking as much, simply because of the way Psychosis is working, even to the point where we were talking about how do you improve Psychosis in terms of pick rate for this. But right now, it has been drafted by Morago. I'm wondering just how useful that's going to be.
Yeah, I mean, it's only when we can get into the game, get into it, and just see, really. We're going to have to see how it plays out. I'm just excited to kind of see Glitch, Overdrive, as well as these variables of these weapons almost kind of chosen. It's a whole different game than the Hardpoint. Yeah,
and this is where the kind of the tiny little decisions come into points here. You get the shot callers, you get those strategies that they've worked on time and time again. You get those vanilla pushes. You get kind of wonder, you know, exactly how they're going to break this one down here. I suspect we're going to see a very slow push to begin with, and maybe a sniper come out and try to pick somebody. I mean, it's very usual on this map to look for that first pick before you actually make a move into Mansion.
Yeah, I think there's so many different ways of playing Search and Destroy. You know, you can go for that really slow, methodical kind of pushing as a team. You can do the kind of audacious kind of rush, you know, all 4-1 way. But there's so many different scenarios, and that's what makes every single Search and Destroy different, is you can't defend perfectly. You know, if there was a certain setup, every single person, every single team would do it, and it's all about those situational plays. So I expect a lot of pushes towards B through middle, and you know, I'd say maybe the off one, you know, going into Mansion, going into kind of that A site if they get a pick.
Yeah. I mean, Psychosis is actually useful for that, actually.
Yes.
Now we're talking about that pick in more detail. I've used it as well just to push through, because realistically, if you can get in, especially if middle's free, if you can kind of secure middle, you can either have that problem with the door and jumping through top gap. So it depends very much how they're going to use this, and I imagine it'll be used in an aggressive fashion unless they desperately needs to use it to break a bomb site if it's been taken away from them.
And it can be used so well as well, but it also can be used so badly. Psychosis, you know, we've seen, I think the last actual Challenger Division we saw Psychosis popped and then the player run ahead of it and slide and jump, and it just wasn't utilized to the best of its ability. You know, if you can kind of send those drones out, use it as intel, find out where they are, or even just use them as a bit of body armor, you know, there's so many different ways you can use it. But Stronghold is going to be the map. Search and Destroy is what we're playing. Score limit, of course, is up to 6 rounds, and that plant timer is 5, defuse 7.5. Brycey, let's get on the board with that attacking team. Who are we watching?
Well, I'm going to jump on board with one of the SMG players, thinking of that because they're going to be usually the player to try and make a push. And it seems like we might see a big aggressive push actually coming in straight away. Now, DZ's actually gone straight for up top, and he is going to be using that Vesper. Going to be great in close quarters. Bit of discussion about this gun recently. Has fallen out of favor with the most recent patches. But this is where it excels. Point blank, close range. The DPS and the time to kill are superb.
And we've actually seen Desire, I mean, straight off the bat there, did take down Savvy with that SVG. 1 minute on the clock, though, and again, we see this kind of push to B, which I expected.
Are they going to be able to make anything of this, though? Problem B. Oh, no! Desire says no! Thank you very much. I've got eyes on that one. Now seeing Morago. Has got the Kuda. He looks like he might be traded here. Still stays alive. Really wants to make this gunfight. Does actually manage to get it. Trade coming in, though, surely. Down he goes. Now on board with Matt. Matt running for his life, sweating. He knows he's got people chasing him. Tries to get away. Got people now surrounding him, and down he goes. Carbine says you can run, but you can't hide.
Carbine's just finishing out there. I mean, that was almost a perfectly played kind of search and destroy round, if you like, for the defense. And it all started from Desire, from that first pick, that sniper rifle coming in so handy. And that second one was kind of so unexpected from the attacking team there. Next Gen, you know, they pushed the B-bomb, so I think their positioning was right. But I think when they had that numbers disadvantage, it really went against them.
Yeah, I mean, that first push in the match really summed it up. You saw them actually have to give it up. You thought they maybe pushed through, and also they just kept losing ground here. But Desire is going to be running that thermal SVG. Can he make another pick here? Got 2 last round, including one that I didn't even see where he was. However, Carbines may make a push here. If he does go in, there's not really that many people able to trade with him. Now he's got support. Does see one on the dining room table. Going to come out here, looks for this support. Will get it as well. Now, 3 versus 3.
Watson and Savvy has fallen. DeQueeve has the bomb as well. But I'm just looking at that minimap.
Yeah, I've highlighted him. Desire may come in here on the flank. So quickly swap to him. Going to get a kill as well. Now, brings it back to advantage to Exertus. Desire flicking around. He's looking for it. Carbines is inside, and he is going to go down. There's Decoy outside, and he doesn't actually see that player. Now Desire left in a 1 versus 2. They had the advantage, and it's gone. He doesn't even have the bomb.
Yeah, this is almost a bit thrown away. I would have liked to have seen Exertus stick together, push as a team, but that bomb is right next to the B-bomb site. The intel is there for Next Gen, and now Desire has so much work to do in so little time.
He needs to drop one of them really, really quickly, and then it's whether or not they make the trade or just run away.
I think he's just on the search for maybe a couple of kills. He knows this isn't achievable at the moment. He's not got the bomb, but see what he does with these last 5.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to go for it. Even if he had not got shot down there, I don't think he was going to go for the plant. Which kind of begs the question in that case, what on earth were you doing?
Yeah.
Because if you're not going to go for the plant, there's no way both of them are going to line up in time. Because I actually think his timing was a little bit off. If he pushed it a bit sooner, maybe he could have got the plant down if he found somebody. But yeah, I don't know what exactly was his plan there at that point. At that point, he just lost if he wasn't going to go for the plant.
I think at this point, you know, he was only in round number 2. He's not going to feed anyone, you know, a lot of streaks already. No one was kind of going insanely off. But he should have gone for that bomb a little bit earlier. I think
yeah, it was
initially
time
it was
there.
the wrong plan to do.
Right, on board with Morago. Deezy looks like he's just going Overwatch here, and he is. Now, if he pushes, it could be great for him, especially running that Vespa. He needs to get indoors. That's where it's going to be most effective.
He's going for the wall.
Oh, he's seen a player as well. The pillar's the one that's saving him, and he is going to go down as well. Now board with Morago, who will have Psychosis and a HCXD. Has been brought to a 3-3, though. Carbines has gone down for Team Exertus. Oh, and already they lost Deezy as well. Now, yeah. Matt and Morago. And you can see Exertus have given up control. They're waiting for the push here from Next Gen.
Yeah, they've almost backed off, given control, and now as the gunfights go down, they know where they are. One falls in a 1 versus 3 here for Morago. The only thing going for him right now is he has the bomb. 30 seconds on that clock, but he's not going anywhere quick. You can see that he's being shut down.
The only reason he'd use Psychosis in this scenario is if he felt like some friends. Because right now, I mean, there was nothing for him to do realistically. No control, no information. He couldn't peek. He was afraid of the trade. And that's it. He pretty much went down, and there we are. Exertus are going to take that round away from them here. They just don't seem to be able to push the mansion very well. Every time they try and do it, they seem to lose these trades, and their teammates just get picked off.
Yeah, they're getting picked off, and then it's not like they can trade back. You know, Exertus have actually wisely, they get a few picks, they back up, they regroup as a team, and then they really kind of push it to them. And that was done exactly as they will have wanted Exertus, but they're on the attack now, and we see the snipe coming in. Is Desire going to connect? No.
Watson's going to challenge, though. Oh, somehow didn't take him down there. That's the kind of the moment where you wish you had high caliber. And now we see Carbines. Carbines just actually took that information, didn't fire. So was very, very patient with that one, calling out where they could potentially be.
Yeah, Desire's actually made a pick onto B as well, which has kind of left a real kind of gap in the defense. And DeQueeve and Deezy trade out. And again, the numbers advantage only for a second go in favor of Exertus. Now only Matt is in a 1 versus 2 again.
Down he goes. Couldn't even get to him in time. Carbines takes him down, and Exertus leading heavily here.
I mean, looking quite convincing as well in the game. But nevertheless, Carbine's looking good, as well as Desire and Watson we've highlighted previously. But it is a team effort. It's not just, you know, these 3 players running around. All 4 of them, as a squad, are really kind of working together and bringing it to them. That 4th, of course, being DeQueeve, you know, a very well-known member of the community as well.
Yeah, most certainly is. Let's jump on board with Savvy now. Yet to make a kill, actually, in 4 rounds. Let's see if he can change his fortune. And decides to back away there. I thought he might go for the mid-challenge, but has now being EMP, looking for a player, ducks out. Staying alive so far, but they've already lost a player. Matt has gone down, and that's a Desire again. Desire just seems to keep opening kills on this map.
Yeah.
And now they're running. They can't do anything. They're having to back away here, and you see the extreme confidence, actually, of Exertus hunting them down. It's Desire. Desire's looking for Desire. Picks up another one. It's now DZ in a 1 versus 3 with no bomb, and he's being hunted. Desire probably get this kill as well. Does take him down. Desire, unbelievable. Not only is he making picks with the sniper, but he's being super aggressive and just cleaning them up. This is like a Sunday jaunt for him. He's not even worried.
Yeah, and you can see every single time, you know, he picks up that first pick. He's on 7 kills as it stands at the moment, but it's not just a kill. You know, getting that first pick in Search and Destroy is so vital. You know, it solidifies your defense. It makes them weaker. They're the ones who kind of have to play off balance. And let's see if he can do it again. I want to see if Desire can make another pick.
We're going to be running the Kuda here.
Right, okay.
One thing I do want to point out in this scenario is the fact that we keep seeing that Vesper come in from, is it Morago, I think? I keep seeing it on?
Yes.
But they're not using it in the places you need to use it. Like, he lost that gunfight, obviously, to Desire. Not only because Desire's playing well, but the Vesper is not great in that scenario. But we can already see Exertus actually having the numerical disadvantage at this point. They didn't get it that time. Never mind, equal backup.
Dequeeve nearly taking out his teammate there, but Carbine picks up 1, and now a 3 versus 3. Dequeeve does have the bomb, and he's 4-1 at the moment. He's having a really good search and destroy. Can he make it 5? No, Dequeeve. Oh, he does, sorry. As a 4-kill streak comes in for him, has the HCXD. Don't think he needs to use it just yet, though.
Well, they're going to push here together as a unit. Karma's going in, they have to that player, they actually bump into each other! Morago
He's
just
got a 3!
Oh my goodness! Let's look at that actually on the kill cam. What on earth just happened? Morago, and I thought there was going to be a trade coming, but no, they block each other, and somehow Watson wasn't able to trade it away. And Morago just went, thank you very much for the free round.
The block was, I mean, the only people that are beating Exertus at the moment are Exertus. The 2 rounds that they've lost themselves, they've done silly things. And I think that's just a bit of lack of communication, maybe a lack of chemistry almost, you know, knowing what each other does. Because these teams, you know, they're not like the CWL maybe? Ones that you see every single week. Savvy does look like he's pushed to this right side, though.
And the rest of his team are actually going to be running 3 M8, so he's going to go alone on this.
But look at the flank on the counter side.
But they don't
here.
know. Oh yeah, Desire, of course, is Desire. Super confident still. So I don't know which one to switch to. I've got him highlighted here. Desire's going to come to a gunfight first. He is going to go down. Let's go back on board. Who is it? Savvy. Savvy's got it. And he's... What? Take the kill! Oh my goodness! He almost lost that then.
Dequeeve does answer back. I mean, that would have been a nightmare if he didn't answer to that kill. But 2 versus 2 now. Morago again. He does have the bomb in hand. 50 seconds left on this clock, and you can see this flank coming in through bunker.
Got glitch as well.
He does have glitch, and this could be a really important time to use it. You don't want to go down 5-2.
Well, Morago stacking up with him, and Psychosis comes in. They've seen that kill as well. Player coming out, does manage to pick it up here. Now 1 versus 1. Dequeeve versus, and now they're going to know. And I think Dequeeve has the advantage, and he will take him down. We'll see that in the final kill cam. Next Gen, just not able to make anything of that one.
Not at all. I mean, it was really difficult for them. They were almost pincered back, but look at that positioning. I talked about it in the kind of the first map with Desire, you know, the movement in the map. Dequeeve there doing exactly the same, a.k.a. Dave, if you're unsure, just having his clan tag. I mean, I don't know what he actually likes to be called. Well, I'll call him Jim.
We'll call him Jim. All right, we'll find out. But let's actually go back onto the attack now with Exertus. And they seem to be the team to beat. Let's go have a quick look what they got. Kinetic Armor, Glitch, and Heatwave all available. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw something very aggressive going into Mansion because of these specialists, although this time we'd quite like them to not all get caught up on each other, and already 2 of them have gone down.
Yeah.
Make that 3 of them unless he can get away. Is he going to pop Kinetic here? No. Decides not to. Saves it for another round. Heatwave available here. The Carbines almost missed that one as well. Exertus need to just pull this a bit back under control.
I think that's the wise decision. I don't think the Kinetic Armor or Heatwave should have been used there, and they know it as well. But this defense now, Exertus won't want to give them another round. They don't want to make it 5-4. If they do, that's where the pressure kind of really sets in, that you're losing 2-3 rounds back to back. I think Exertus need to end it, and they need to end it here on
well, they've got 3 specialists, right? So, I mean, one of them obviously is not that useful. Glitch is not that useful in terms of winning a gunfight in a 4 versus 4 scenario. But they've got Heatwave, they've got Kinetic. Surely they can bring that, so at least they get numerical advantage, right? But let's jump on to the attack here with Next Gen, who could bring this one back. Savvy's actually caught out in the middle. Somehow stays alive. It was Desire with a sniper rifle he came against. Doesn't that? Oh, no, wow. Just dropped it. Dropped it on Desire's head. But Dequee will answer that one back up here. Gonna look for the kill.
That's kinetic armor, which
It's kinetic armor. That's Squanch, as I like to call it.
And he's giving chase. He knows exactly where he is. Carbine's going to add to the kill here. But now Savvy, he knows exactly where he is, but he's not. He doesn't know. He's gone. You've lost him, buddy. You need to refocus.
Players are all over the map as well.
Yeah,
look at that. Dequee says, thank you very much. I'm gone. That kinetic armor certainly worked for him. I mean, that's Exertus using those to stay alive. Now, Savvy hunting again here. You got to remember, he's got no information. He has no idea where his player is. I think he just caught a glimpse of him there. Looking for him now. Can he win that gunfight? No. Shut down. However, Minimap managed to get that trade.
It's Watson in this 1v1 though.
I'll highlight Watson. Watson has glitch.
And now this, you know, you said glitch wasn't kind of
this is where it's useful.
This is where you can really kind of turn it on its head. But Minimat, he has overdrive as well. I'm not sure if he's going to be planning on using it this round. More than likely not. 15 seconds left on the clock. He needs to go for something at least. Watson's going to check B. He's going to realize he's not there. And now, a little bit too late because this plant's going to come in. Watson round the corner. Has been seen though. And Glitch comes into play.
Glitched away.
And he knows the bullet's been fired.
No! Wasn't even challenged. He just baited him off of the bomb plant.
As soon as he heard them bullets go, he went, thank you very much. I'll take round number 9.
Watson managed to bait him off of the bomb plant and then glitched away going, no, sorry, no gunfight here for you, Sunshine. I am gone. And you'll have just regretted letting go of that plant button.
Yeah, that was a little bit unfortunate because I mean, Watson must have had the intel that he let go of that bomb. Otherwise, he wouldn't have glitched away. He saw he was planting. He could have very easily picked up the kill. But Watson making that right decision. Big plays for me from Desire once again. That sniper rifle at the start, making those first picks really did propel them into the lead. And we see Exertus now taking a convincing 2-0 at the moment.
And I mean that was kind of a masterclass. I mean, Desire was just on fire.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to rhyme that, but it fits. And yeah, I think that was very much kind of the way it was supposed to go. I mean, Exertus obviously had a little bit of a chem problem. We did see going into Mansion. They didn't really kind of excel when they actually pushed through there.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if that's something you're going to have to tighten up about that S&D on that map coming forward. Especially, like I said, they had Kinetic and they had Heatwave, and they didn't use either of them to really breach. They used it on the defensive rounds. And obviously, Morago picking up 3 kills should never, ever happen.
It shouldn't. And I'm sure it probably won't again. And, you know, a lack of composure, a bit of lack of chemistry, I would say, from these boys. But it happens, you know, in every great team, there's always mistakes.
Yeah.
And maybe this was one of them for them. But I was saying, you know, the 2 rounds that they did lose at the start, they lost themselves. They put themselves in awkward positions. You know, they weren't playing as they should be doing. But nevertheless, Next Gen giving it everything they can. But at the moment, 2-0 down in the series.
No, I mean, yeah, you're 2-0 down in this bit, and the hard point wasn't really close in my opinion. No. It was, what, 250 to 96? Yeah, 100-point clubbed. The S&D, admittedly, I do think Exertus probably should have walked away with more of those rounds than they actually did. But somehow, you know, fair play to Team Next Gen. They did manage to pull it back. They held their nerve down. And, you know, they almost came back. I was a little bit worried there for Team Exertus at one point after they were leading, what was it, 5-1?
5-2 in the end.
5-2 in the end, but, you know, it just didn't happen for them. So, coming into this next map, it's a respawn again. What do you think?
You've got to favour Exertus. I think just the way that Watson, Carbines, and Desire are slain at the moment. If Dave does the same, I'm sure it would. I mean, we've only seen one map of these guys. I don't really know the capability of what Dave can do or Dequeeve. But if he's anything like Desire, Carbines, and Watson, they just will get outslayed once again. And Uplink, you know, you outslay the team, you win. Simple as.
Well, I think that I kind of agree with you, actually. I think that's exactly what we're going to see. And unless there's some sort of Team Next Gen or just uplink specialists.
Unless there's something,
Unless there's something we don't know. There might be something we don't know. There might be something, you know, we've not really thought of or not really seen. I haven't seen Team Next Gen play uplink before. So, you know, we could be wrong here. They could be like the Harlem Globetrotters of uplink.
They could be, and you've always got to expect the unexpected here in the Challenger division. These guys could, you know, just have some chemistry on it. But if you're going with what you've seen already, you've got to be favouring Exertus. And we said before this game, we picked this match because we don't want a 3-0 stomping. And we don't want it to be dominant. We thought we'd pick the fairest matchup. But as we've kind of touched on, round of 64 still, you're always going to get these kind of matchups where, you know, you will have that favourite. And at the moment, it is Exertus.
Yeah, it certainly is. And remember, keep it coming in. Who do you think is going to win this one? Are we going to see a comeback? Hashtag CWL PS4. Please let us know. We do read these tweets as soon as we can when we get off camera. We have a little check, see if anybody said anything interesting.
Yeah, and of course, obviously follow all the kind of the Twitters at COD World League. If you're on Facebook /Call of Duty, all down below there, and on both platforms, always hashtag CWLPS4, just so we can interact. Even ourselves, we will get involved and kind of respond to a couple if there's any time to do so in between games.
Although I managed to freeze myself out of Twitter, so that's always good.
Yeah, that's not what you want to do. That's something. I mean, you'll have it on your phone. I'm sure you'll be able to.
I'll have a little look. I think I can still get it on there, although it's not great signal when near. So, but yeah, so we make sure they keep coming in. We do read them. I do like to see the predictions. Sometimes you see the players themselves kind of tweet and go, oh, you know, this is our favourite map or whatever.
Yeah.
And that's always great, especially in these scenarios.
And if,
come forward.
If you kind of, you know, have any stuff that you guys know about it, because of course these two teams, Next Gen more than Exertus, we are actually unfamiliar with some of the players.
Yeah.
You know, we don't know what they've done, what they've kind of achieved previously. So, you know, we're going over Exertus in a lot of detail because that's what we know. But Next Gen, I mean, they've been around for a very long time. You know, the team name, if you like.
Yeah.
You know, I remember kind of playing against kind of German squads, which were Next Gen, but at this moment in time, they're still going strong. They're still trying to fight their way through. And of course, no matter where you finish, you're always going to be kind of racking up those CWL points. Of course, the further you finish, the more you're going to get. And Exertus looking strong to go forward at the moment. We're just waiting, I believe, on one player to join the lobby before we can start it up. It's going to be Fringe. If my eyesight is as good as I think it is.
It is. You can see. And plus, the big thumbs up from the producer helps.
That also does help. But it's going to be Fringe on uplink as we do get into it. Perfect timing.
Here we go.
Let's
Pick
go.
a ban time.
Overclock gone again, Bricey. It's the third time in 3 maps.
Yeah, they're not a big fan of it. Not a big fan. But there we go. Man of War actually gone again here. Now, you don't usually see the Man of War banned before the M8.
Yeah, I mean, it's a strange one because I look at these two teams that I commentate over the CWL obviously midweek every week, and you know, like, you'll ban the Man of War against Bants, etc.
Yeah.
But I don't think these teams know each other well enough at that stage. They don't think, actually, Desire is fantastic with the Man of War, let's ban it. I think that is just a personal preference.
Active Camo is very, I mean, that's the kind of, I think it's actually a good ban simply because of the way this map works. There are a few points you can kind of run it and Active Camo it through. And because you can get really close while still in cover to the actual uplink portal, it means you will actually be able to kind of just use it. Same thing with Kinetic, actually. I expect to see Kinetic using this one, certainly.
Ah, what? I've never seen that before.
That is something I have never seen. A Cerberus ban.
It looks quite cool in that little box down there. I'd love to see it more often.
Wow, you just went so northern. That's how much you shocked Momo, by the way.
Oh, what was it? What did I say? Northern?
Just went a bit northern. Just a bit northern accent come through.
I'll try and be Essex again. I will. You touched on Active Camo. I think
Overdrive as well.
That moment, Active Camo and Overdrive, if you implement it where you're either side of train, literally whichever side you're on, if you put it on kind of the aggressive side, if you go in from the back of train all the way kind of past Red Barn, if you implement it that time, perfect. Same side of things as soon as you
similar story with Overdrive, really. I mean, this one is especially, once you get that drone control, you're not actually that far away from the portal. It's not that big of a threat, and we do see some manual passes come in. Simply for that reason, because you can kind of get it to a teammate very efficiently in a good position to get it. But we'll find out, you know, how much they're actually going to use here as the draft comes in as well. We are seeing the Tempest this time. Annihilator actually picked on the other side for Next Gen. Annihilator for both sides. It's a mirror matchup. Scythe for both sides. Tempest for both sides, maybe? Maybe. I mean Kinetic's the obvious one.
Overdrive and an Active Camo, of course, taken out. You're probably going to see.
Heatwave.
Okay, Heatwave has been taken. I'm just interested what they're actually going to use. Are they going to start to maybe put on a Wraith? Are they going to use Rats?
I think that's probably the one to use. And a Wraith on this map is just lethal.
It's scary, isn't it?
It's really scary. So let's see, you know, what they're going to actually be running. We'll take a look, obviously, at what they're running here. But HCXD is gone. Cerberus is gone. So Lightning Strike, Hellstorm, and then pretty much whatever their flavor is. Maybe a Dart. I don't know, not the Dart, maybe. The trading on it maybe is not as efficient as it could be in terms of when they want to use it. Plus, obviously, you have to drive it yourself. So I don't know. I don't think it's going to be used as much, especially with how easy it is to kind of, if you miss that player first of all, you've got to kind of swing back around.
Yeah.
But you never know. Someone here could be a big Top Gun fan and just wants to just to fly around the map.
I mean, if you're going to get some kind of audacious people, you know, maybe pulling out a mothership, it wouldn't surprise me.
I don't.
What's an
I know the slaying is definitely in Exertus' favour, but I don't think it's that much in Exertus' favour.
No, but we both know what Watson's like. We both
yeah,
know he
could
likes
be
to...
could be just that sign of disrespect.
Exactly. I repeat, we both know what Watson's like. He does like to, show up almost to, these kind of games, especially when they're on stream. When he's being watched, he likes to prove a point, and I think he thrives in these environments.
Yeah, he most certainly does. Well, it looks like these two teams are pretty much done. I'm expecting to see M8 and VMPs everywhere. We did see a Vesper actually on that Search and Destroy, but I don't really expect to see the Vesper being put out on this one. I just don't think it's helpful. I just don't think it's going to be helpful on this map. There's no way they're going to be able to use it efficiently.
Yeah, I agree. I think it is more kind of an assault-favored map, but with Uplink being the way it is, are we going to see a 2-2 split on AR SMG? Or are we going to see kind of 3 either side with one kind of set
honestly, on this
player?
map, I'd like to see 3. I'd like to see 3 SMGs. I think it'll definitely help, especially with the amount of slaying you've got to do and the pushing forward onto this map. You can really use things like the VMP and the could have very, very effectively and efficiently moving forward. We may even see something that Epsilon do, which is 1 AR, 1 HVK and 2 SMGs. And they use that HVK to push.
Yeah, I think sometimes as well, I've seen on the flip side of things, people just put 3 ARs on, slay and just use one player as that objective.
That slow burn push.
Yeah, I mean, just win every kind of wave of kills and then push and just get that one objective player. That was my role. Grab the objective and just run and hope I was hope I was protected well.
No, I can see that. The only reason I don't like that is because you can be out tempoed. I think that game can actually move too fast for you to kind of keep up with here. And it looks like we're going to see a 3AR setup actually coming in from the team of NextGen. And we are seeing the ICR for the first time. Now, that's something I wouldn't usually pick over the HVK, but let's stick on board with DZ, see what he can do with it.
Yeah, definitely preference does come into it as well. Carbine's, though, going to light it up. Dave actually has a HVK, so 2 ARs minimum for that squad as well. But drone's been picked up already. We're less than 20 seconds into the game, and Dave is going to reset that armor. Always looks like he's lining a couple up, but he's not going to get the throw off. That's going nowhere at the moment.
Sitting there slaying. Trying to do some work here, not able to quite, but they're still keeping the pressure on here. And this is what I was talking about, tempo. Sometimes you just got to make the other team pay as they are just constantly locking this down. It doesn't look like it's going to be waves and waves and waves. Carbine's going to go for it here, and this should be an easy dunk. 2 points go first in for Exertus.
That's going to be an easy kill as well for Dave. The dangerous thing now is Watson's on the relay, and Dave knows exactly where they're spawning. But Matt does come in, and this is going to be another 2-point play here if Watson can just get around the corner, which he does. 5-kill streak for Carbine, 3 for Desire, and this is looking, painfully.
Oh my goodness.
Painfully kind of situational for the guys of NextGen. Because that drone...
How? Just absolutely ripping them apart. Desire just opens up. And he's now on a 5 streak as well. And he's got the Talon out. That's one of the questions we were asking.
The guy spawn.
It's going to be depressing for them. I mean, right now you see that drone is actually miles deep in enemy territory. Who is that holding on the sides? Carbines, I think. Carbines is holding them down here. He's got an M8 at the same time, trying to lock this one down. Sees another player there, tries to get him. This is going so badly right now for NextGen. They can't even move out of their own spawn.
Yeah, and Carbine somehow just stays alive.
Oh, I'm about to say, surely you can't make that one.
Yeah.
And it looks like they're going to wrap this train.
Yep.
Who's that they're waiting for? Desire. Desire looks like he's going to be the one to push forward.
Don't forget Desire, Desire and Watson were both players that were invited to the Invitational here in Cologne to obviously play amongst kind of the best of the best
down,
now.
Just going to throw that one away, try to stay alive. Use the HVK. This is what we talk about. This is the advantage of it. That spray you can put down. Doesn't matter, picks it up as well. Like I said, it's a great kind of mid-range gun.
Oh my goodness, Dave nearly picked up the 3rd there. Does manage to do so, and Savvy falls as well.
God.
And I said, can Dave slay? Can he live up to Desire and Carbines at the moment? He's proving me right. He is doing exactly just that. Just what I wanted to see.
NextGen, welcome to mid-map. First time you've been here this game so far. And they are now trying to make a little bit of a push. They have thrown off the shackles. Exertus threw onto them to begin with. Can they now make any move here? Look at this. This is nervous play, in my opinion. They want to slay again. They really don't want to give up this map control they've had to work so hard to actually get hold of.
Yeah.
And they're being slow with it as well. You can see how much they don't want to try and actually move.
And it's going to be to their detriment, you see, as Carbines does pick up 1. Flash is coming in now. And they might have control of mid-map, but I think they're just being pincered up less.
That works.
That was a beautiful shot there by Matt as he's going to pick up the drone. What's he going to do? Not going to do much as Watson takes him down from behind. Watson with the 2nd there. Doesn't make it the 3rd. Carbine's actually lending him a hand here.
And that's the disadvantage of playing timid. They waited for so long. They had 2 down at one point, and when they finally made the move, they ended up losing a gunfight thanks to Watson, and they lost map control again, and they've lost it completely.
Yep, and Carbines does fall as Morago manages to
I'm trying to get Dequee, we just threw that one in.
One-pointer.
Kinetic has Kinetic. He's going to actually pop it here, so he's going to challenge. Gets that kill as well, and right now they're just pinning them in. He gets another kill. 3-piece there for Dequee. Unreal. This isn't even. This is just ridiculous. They can't move. They're only using like 30% of the map.
Yeah,
I misses that one though.
Way over. I think it needed a bit more higher elevation there, or trajectory if you like. But I would have liked to have seen him to pass it to that player top grannies, and then the top grannies player kind of run it through and go for that kind of 2-point play if you like. But 5-0 in favor of Exertus, so dominant. I mean, like you said, next gen, welcome to the middle of the map. They've only seen it once, and oh my god, we've got another Urban on our hands here. Look at the rate of fire that comes out of that MR6. These players are ridiculous with weapons, honestly.
Yeah, we actually practiced this yesterday.
Yeah, we
were
tried.
sitting in the office trying to get this done yesterday, and we were like, how fast can we fire? Not very fast, it turns out, as Watson continues to open up here. And it looks like Dequee is also doing massive work as well. Now, does actually have a little bit of support, so I think he might wall run this one in. No, he's going to try and slide it and get it in as well. Does, and Carbine's actually calling in his lightning strike to support him. And we will see another player go down there as well. I'm going to try and have to look at some next gen, but every time I go on board with them, I just feel like they're hitting the respawn screen so often.
Yeah, and look at this, Morago. It says everything when you sat here defending the drone at spawn.
I'll get somebody.
He's going to be picked up by one player, picks him off, and traded out. It just doesn't mean anything. That drone again going in favor of Exertus.
They've overextended. They've overextended to slow this one down. I don't think he knew he could go for the 2 there because no one was with him.
He can probably get a 2. That's the worst thing about this. If he can just pick up a couple of kills. RK5 comes in, picks up 1. Teammate's going to pick up the 2nd, and now surely that's going to be a 2-point play. Has a little wall run as well, just to add a bit of flair to the game. And Tempest has been unlocked.
9-0, and you know what? It could have been even worse. Team Next Gen, I think they had drone control once, that entire half.
I don't think they had drone control. I think they just had it.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I use control very loosely in that term.
You give for me. You tried to
held it.
You tried to give him a little bit of praise. And I was like, no, you're not giving him any. They didn't.
I think realistically, right now, the only way for Next Gen to do something here is to be aggressive. They have to change the tempo. They have to put Exertus on the back foot, because if not, they're just going to sit there and slay the entire time.
And now I think they're just showing off here.
Yeah. A little bit of a trigger fingers coming in, but we are going to jump on board with Dequee to begin with. He's going to be using that HVK. And right now, not an aggressive start actually coming in from Team Next Gen. Doesn't matter.
For goodness sake. Somebody shut him down. Somebody. I mean, Dave, I've got to say 17-8 as well.
DZ starting to be a little bit more aggressive here. They need to kind of gain some map control. And I said, be aggressive at this part. You've got nothing to lose now, apart from that gunfight. But this is where they need to really try and put Exertus on the back foot. Exertus had it all their own way in the first half.
Manual pass to Desire there. Well, they didn't expect that, and he's going to pick that up and run that in for 2 for sure. Unless he can be just taken and snipped in the back. No, does get hit, and he actually falls after the 2-point play is made. Good play, though. I like that.
Right, Savvy, that drone is down. Grab it. No, never mind. Back on board with Matt. Matt looking for this one, and they are, like I said, they're constantly trying to just clear their own spawn.
Yeah, it's always tracking back, always defending their own base. And you've got to just really hand it to Exertus of, their team play. Their style of play that is working at the moment. They're obviously here. They've already got through, I think, 2 or 3 rounds themselves, and they're looking likely to progress unless an absolute miracle happens here for Next Gen.
Well, yeah, again, it's once again, we're kind of falling into that similar pattern here of Next Gen don't have any opportunity to push forward. They don't have anywhere to go, and they are just being completely outslayed. And now they're going to have to try and defend. Side coming out. Doesn't matter. Shut down by a side actually there from Carbine. And it is actually going to be Dequee who has it, but Dequee is waiting. Oh, there you go. Eventually puts it in. And it looks like they're already celebrating. A few shots going into the air here.
Yeah, party poppers are out for Exertus. Expensive ones, obviously being weapons, but nevertheless, Watson's going to go for the 1-point play. Is he? Oh no, he's going for a manual pass there to a teammate.
Not the greatest of manual passes. There's
no, I mean, that was never Watson's forte, really. It was always in his aim and his shot. Oh, they're going for, I think they're going
for... so they're alley-ooping it now into the portal. This is disgraceful. Like I said, the Harlem Globetrotters coming in.
I mean, do you look at this team, this Exertus team? Do you see, a potential CWL team?
I'll be honest with you, I don't know. This doesn't look like a challenge, and like you can't really benchmark a squad until they've been tested against known quantities.
Yeah.
So obviously we didn't see Exertus in the quarterfinals last time around, so you got to wonder where they've come from, what point they got knocked out at. However, it looks like they might get a point in, but there's 3 people trying to stop him, and it does go in. Next Gen managed to get 2 finally on the board, and they're being aggressive. Continue to do this. I mean, it's probably too late, but still.
Yeah.
Here we go. They've now pushed them back.
It probably is too late, but definitely get some practice in while you can. Savvy has picked up the drone. Going to be a manual pass to DZ. Doesn't manage to pick it off. This is the manual pass that I like. Up to top grannies, and then you can slide it in for a 2-point play. Or jump it in, should I say.
Finally being aggressive. Could we be seeing a comeback here? It will be one of the greatest comebacks I've ever seen on this game, but right now they're being aggressive. They're holding Exertus back, finally. And they've been able to win some gunfights. Exertus were almost messing around at one point.
Yeah, I think they might be taking them a little bit
I
too
thought
lightly.
he was going to shoot his teammate there.
I thought it was going to go straight into his head. But the drone has been stopped now. And, you know, Watson running around wielding this kind of MR6. Just
hits the hot flank,
down the law.
There should be a few kills for him. He's going to be able to look here and actually ends up hitting nothing. And all that flanking comes down to nothing in the end. The manual pass actually got in, but it looks like Team NextGen actually managed to save this one for a little bit. 1 minute 25 left to go. I think that's probably too short to actually do anything here, but he will drop that drone to try and win a few gunfights. Down they go again. Exertus looks like they finally found the form that we were seeing a few minutes ago and went, oh, hold on a second, we got caught off guard.
Yeah, and I think Dave was actually probably listening to me through somehow. Maybe he was watching the stream itself. I said, you know, you need to step it up. You know, can you slay like Watson, Ben, and Carbines? And look at the guy, 32 and 12 at the moment. I mean, he's dropping some ridiculous numbers. And yes, is this really a challenge? But I think I've given up at this hope. It's just a little bit too late.
Right, now Savvy should be able to make this a 2-point. He comes through, up on the wall run, and just a little hop in, and he gets it. There we go, actually 15 and 6. They are actually performing a lot better now in the dying parts of this game, and they're really taking it to Team Exertus. Now, realistically, in that scenario, I would have actually liked to see Matt push up a little bit more. I mean, if he's gonna kind of get that reset and wait for it, he had a teammate there doing the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Why did one of them not push through?
I think at this moment in time, I think they know it's slipped away from their hands. You know, they've battled through a few rounds already, and you know, maybe they did know. I'm not too sure, but it was game over as soon as we saw that kind of minute clock come into it. Again, the Globetrotters here. Desire, Dave, lighting up here as we see a 3-0 sweep for Exertus. That's going to end 15 and 6 as we just bring up that scoreboard just to show you once more the sheer domination from Exertus. 35 kills for Dave. And I like the fact that the carries are all split.
Do you know what bothered me about that game is I don't think NextGen are a bad team. I think, first of all, this was a mismatch, obviously Exertus being the better squad. But when they finally started getting into their rhythm, finally starting to put it down, you actually see them get points back over and over again. I'm sitting there going, why didn't you do that at any other point? They were aggressive. They were pushing up. They were holding L. They were pushing into grannies. They had Exertus rocked for a minute. But they didn't do any of that for the first half, and it took them a few minutes in the second half to do it.
I think we definitely saw a 30-second, 60-second of potential from them. But it was too late. We saw such a dominating first half from Exertus, you know, just to take that game. And take the series, in fact, now 3-0. They're going to progress onto the round of 32. I'm not sure who their opponents will be. Of course, we'll have a look at the bracket as well. And really kind of, we've got to now pick kind of what is the next game. That's the tough one. It is who's qualified, who's got through. Of course, it is online somewhere, I believe. We'll obviously put all those links out. I might tweet a link myself. But definitely get involved. As I said, Call of Duty World League, at COD World League on Twitter, and of course, Facebook.com/Call of Duty. But I guess the next thing really is to decide the next game.
It is, and people at home can help. Hashtag CWL PS4.
Let us know.
Keep those tweets coming in. Tell us, who should we watch next? Do you think it's going to be a good game, or are you just kind of fanboying a team? Please let us know and help us decide, because we may make the wrong choice. He will.
I mean, I'll take the blame for it, but we've got to go away for 5 minutes, collect our thoughts, see what we can bring you. But other than that, obviously come back. Will be 5 minutes as we decide, and it's going to be an exciting one. Don't go anywhere.
Another episode of Theater Rewind here. This series went all the distance. We had the pleasure of being a part of casting it here on the primary stream. Now, we do have that Looney clip pulled up. You've also got a big Chino play that happened in Game 4. So we're going to get right into the action. We're going to get things started. Round 1 of the Search and Destroy on evac. You saw how quick this happened when we watched that little replay of the clips there. But, Revan, already at the start, Looney comes in, and look at how fast his whole team dies.
He just watched his carnage right in front of his eyes. All of his teammates die. He's all alone. And look at the red dots on the minimap. Like, there are players pushing him from all angles. Like, it's nice to be able to slow things down here in theater.
Exactly. So 10 seconds of the round, his whole team is dead. And now here's where he's got to make a decision. He's got to eliminate the amount of areas he can get shot from. So you'll see. He'll cook a nade. He tosses it to his left.
That cuts off the staircase.
And watch this first hit marker he gets right there. It hits the opponent. It bounces off of him, which lets him know someone's got to be pushing his left. So he kills Happy. And look at the shot transition. He doesn't stop shooting. Gets the second kill, and he goes and he hides. And this is what I love about the play. He watches his back. He sits here for a bunch of seconds, waits to see if the trade comes in, and then Revan, he makes a decision that winds up helping him clutch this 1v4. He rotates all the way around the side of the map. What is a thought process here from a pro player in this standpoint?
Well, whenever you're in a situation like this, you have to realize that the defense, they should know the bomb is down, and they're going to be playing around that. Since it's a 2-on-1, they're going to be trying to work their numerical advantage to the best of their ability. And this is where Looney, like, this is the play that ends the round. Like, he hits his first shot. We already know the players in the corner to his right here.
Hits the shots of the player, slides in, and that's what actually winds up helping him win this round. He ducks behind cover because he knew a trade would come in, and now watch how he repeaks this area, gets some shots, and I slowed it down a little bit. You can see the hit markers coming in.
Twice in this engagement.
Reloads it again, and finally kills off Chino. We'll go and quickly see what it looked like from Chino's perspective in this corner. As time comes in, he's waiting for his teammate. His teammate gets shot. He turns a corner. That's how Looney gets away, and now look at how awkward it is for Chino, because they're soaring around.
I don't like that challenge from Chino, man.
Yeah.
Just back up. You have all the position in the world to work with. No need to challenge Looney right there.
Now that was from Game 2. Now we're going to hop over to your game. This is now with Rise up 2-1. The final seconds of the CTF. Revan, walk me through what happened here.
Yeah, so right now in this scenario, let me just paint the setting for you guys. It's 1-1. Earlier in this game, a little bit before this clip happened, Slack was able to earn full score streaks. So he had a lightning strike. He used that. Still has the Hellstorm missile available. So let's take a look at this through Chino's point of view. Takes out the scythe. And look at this. Hellstorm missile gets called in. No hesitation. Looks right up in the air. Shoots it out of the sky. That's something we saw a lot, you know, during Black Ops 2 players, you know, taking down the Hellstorm missile with EMPs, shooting it down. So real quick, because he's able to shoot down that Hellstorm missile, Happy's running the flag. So look right here. He has a clear lane to run with. He's going to go ahead and run it forward. But right here, he takes fire. He's going to die right here. And look how close that red dot is. You know, as Happy dies, there's not a lot of distance that needs to be covered from to get the return.
Go right for that return, yeah.
Yeah. So going back to Chino, he is now puts himself in a position to make a play happen. As you go here, finds one on the wall run, takes out the second, and I need to slow down here because he just completely destroys Slack. Picks up the flag while he's taking fire, shuts down Slack, earns full score streaks. Those aren't even going to come into play because he has 3 teammates right next to him. He's going to run in the flag, and at this point in time, there's like 20 seconds remaining in the game.
That's it.
DT, I mean, even if Rise was in a position to maybe pull a flag and make her unhappy, he's got full score streaks to work with. There's no way they're getting anywhere, you know, out of the base with that flag.
Oh, absolutely. And while that was such a great play from Chino, unfortunately, DT still went on to lose in a frustrating Game 5. We were talking about it. We feel like we say that every single time there's a Dream Team loss in the league right now. We'll see if they can begin to clutch up here in the coming weeks. But that's going to do it for this segment of Theater Rewind. Let's send it back over to Maven, Matt, and Matt for more insight on North America.
The guys from Apotheon, a couple of players dropped the shot there from Excite. He got there in the end. Players looking to contest a little bit far forward there as well for them. As he pushes on forward, you know, he's looking for these players. Whereabouts these players can be located. Spots one, spots the second, gets the shot. There's the triple kill.
What you got for us, please? And no, not going to happen. Tommy straight away finds the head and a second as well, shredding through the assault. And that's a third. He's lining them all up. There's one man. It is the bomb carrier. We have to see if Jays is going to steal this ace away from Tommy, because it doesn't look like likely he's going to pull out the SVG and the VMP. He's got them both. Jays draws blood and it makes it very clear that this potentially could happen. The glitch! Oh, Tommy! He brings it home in style.
Medic armor going to get popped here by Miracles as Complexity. They're going for this last second pull. 15 seconds remaining on the timer. Miracles has his flag in hand. He's going to be running this one right up the middle of the map. Big kills need to be made by Ricky right here. Needs to shut down this push from H2K. Finds one. Trying to follow it up once again. He gets shut down. Time starting to wind down. He's got to go. Can he hit it? 1 second.
He gets it through, and that is a clutch G-slide there. The rotation has reset, and Nimble managing to stay on top of the map, picking up the kill. Going forward, his team getting a double. The War Machine out from Azzy there as well, might add, before he got shut down. Nimble just able to clean up and complete the kills. 25 points away, I might add, from his score streaks. Scratch that, he's already got him.
Stop it, Nimble!
Yeah.
He's gonna dodge one. He's gonna heat wave another.
Oh my God.
What in the world? Oh
Where's
God,
the
what is
return?
happening?
He gets that as well. Diabolic is a monster. 3-2
is going
advantage for
on?
DT. He's so deep. He's still killing people.
What is going on?
Is on a rampage. 5 streak. That was unbelievable stuff as DT takes the lead.
Being a part of the Call of Duty competitive scene has honestly been almost a life-changing experience for me. I love everything about it. It's the connections you make with your teammates, with all these other pro players, with the fans that you meet at these events. We're all hanging out, we're all having a good time. I started off playing video games at a very young age, so I always knew growing up that I really enjoyed video games. I finally got introduced into MLG and saw the tournaments and saw that there's people playing for thousands of dollars and stuff like that. And I remember thinking in my head, I want to do that. I'm a slayer, which means I just kill as many people as I can. I'm mainly supporting my teammates who are doing all that objective work. I went through a bit of a low point in my career at the very beginning of Advanced Warfare, this past Call of Duty. I was on Optic Gaming for an entire year during Call of Duty Ghost. Optic Gaming is kind of the pinnacle of Call of Duty organizations in terms of fan support. And then I ended up getting dropped at the very beginning of Advanced Warfare before we'd even played together, before we'd even scrimmaged. I understand now where they were coming from. When you have the chance to get 2 high caliber players like Formal and Crimsix, it's kind of a no-brainer. But looking back on it, you know, I kind of got released in a really, really unfortunate way. We played him at Call of Duty Championships, and I said that tweet, throw me to the Wolves and I'll come back leading the pack, because the team I was on, Denial, was called the Wolf Pack, and so it worked out perfectly in terms of us being the Wolf Pack, and they threw me to the Wolves at the beginning of the game, and you know, at the end, we ended up beating them, winning that $1 million tournament.
My team is myself, Karma, Scump, and Crimsix. They've been Call of Duty gods for as long as I've known about Call of Duty.
We have like 4 of the best Call of Duty players to ever touch the game on consoles.
Crim is more the in-game leader. He goes over and gives the most advice.
Scump will be the guy who's just always throwing a joke in there, like just to like lighten up the mood. And Karma's just the guy who, when you know he's talking, it's something serious.
Then you have Formal, who's our AR player or assault rifle player. He's more of sit back, hold lanes. We go at each other's necks a little bit online. We're gonna fight, we're gonna butt heads, we're gonna have arguments. We're not gonna agree all the time.
Whenever there is a tense argument going on, I'm usually the guy that's like, bro, let's just relax. We're just 4 best friends.
We have a great time in and out of the game.
Goal this year is sort of to get revenge for last year. I think that everyone is still pissed off about the whole 7th place thing.
Going in with the best team that I've had at a Call of Duty Championships to have my worst placing, it was heartbreaking.
We made it to the finals of every tournament but that tournament.
No one else thought they could beat us. No one thought they could even touch us at a event.
That's probably the most mad I've ever been in my life.
I think we all kind of learned last year what not to do this year. There's no way that we're going to have to happen again.
Welcome to Week 5 of the Call of Duty World League. The teams from all 3 regions put it all out on the line as the intense action returned for another round of thrilling multiplayer matchups.
Oh, Pulse grabs a 4th as well. Method's going to use their 5. Can he get a 6?
In Europe this week, we saw Team Enfuse go head-to-head with the top-ranked teams.
We had so many big games here.
In their Day 1 match, Enfuse took on Europe's #1 team, Millennium.
I thought we'd be seeing this SMG make an appearance in such a crucial game between these 2 teams. Jerd, however, teaches PT a lesson with his own SMG, this time the VMP.
It all came down to Urban from Enfuse to make one final push in the closing moments of the game.
The support of his teammates, and this is the only person stopping this is Tommy right now.
Tommy either needs to... Oh, good God, he's gone down. Good, Enfuse turn this around again. 10 seconds. They're making the run. Urban, what can you do? He's going to get surely gone. Oh, my God. He's getting away with it. It's going to be 2-1, and Enfuse are going to pick up the series. Revenge is a dish best served cold.
This led to a final 3-1 match win overall for Enfuse and left Millennium questioning their tactics.
Coming off the heels of their previous victory, Enfuse went up against Epsilon, the #2 team in the rankings. Zero of Enfuse put down the sniper rifle this week to display some phenomenal uplink runs. Zero showed nothing but grace as he flew through the map to score one drone after another.
This is a beautiful route from Zero. This could be 2. And it is. What?
This led his team to a 3-1 victory in uplink and an overall record in the Pro Division of 7-3. Also winning both of their matchups this week, Splyce grabbed the 2nd place spot. There's blood in the water this week after an upset loss to Enfuse, but Millennium still remains in the top spot. Epsilon, Splyce, and Enfuse are circling, waiting to take that coveted #1 spot in the European standings.
Bringing you all of the updates from the ANZ Pro Division.
Mindfreak closed the gap between 1st and 2nd place as they defeated Team Immunity in a hard-fought 3-2 match in their Day 1 meeting.
It's gone 3-0.
Excite of Immunity went on a scope killing spree with his weapon of choice, the SVG.
Completely done. There's another one right there. Excite. Get me the vomit bag. That was sick.
These epic snipes weren't enough to gain them the win, but helped them collect 2 map wins over Mindfreak, which is a huge feat in and of itself.
Week 4 also saw Orbit Gaming's first loss in the CWL to Chiefs Esports Club. After their 2 wins this week, Mindfreak has now matched Orbit's 7-1 score. Mindfreak and Orbit's face-off in their Week 5 could be for the spot at the top of the ANZ rankings. This week, we saw some real shakeups in the North American rankings. In a dramatic ending to Dream Team vs. Luminosity, we found our teams in round 10 of Search and Destroy on Redwood.
On the site now, a one-on-one. He's got Overdrive as well. Really pop Overdrive to follow this one up. That's what you want to see.
Before defusing the bomb, with only 30 seconds remaining on the clock, Chino wanted to make sure his back was clear and went after the last opposing player. Replays of Luminosity.
What? The dart gets called in. No, you gotta run back to the site. You gotta go defuse. Go Overdrive. Oh my God! Run to the site, Chino. Go! Go!
What am I saying?
No! Oh my God! Is he gonna get the defuse? Is he gonna get the defuse? I can't do this.
No.
I'm done, dude. I'm done.
This map loss cost them the win, pinning them to the 11th spot in the rankings.
Looking for some personal redemption after a controversial ending to Week 4, FaZe Clan took on their longtime rivals, Optic Gaming. With both teams looking toward the Day 2 matchup and dropping their Day 1 matches, a win for FaZe Clan would create a 7-3 tie for the 2nd spot in the rankings. Optic Gaming's Karma came through as a phase stopper in every mode, becoming just too much for FaZe Clan to handle. Other
side, Karma find a 3rd. There's 3.
Capture the flag, Karma guided some incredible kill streaks and flag returns that sealed the win.
And they're both going to fly up the map. He gets in. Karma with the returns.
Optic's win was a huge comeback from their Day 1 loss to the team clawing their way to the top, Complexity. Envious's wins this week have pushed them into the top spot in the North American standings.
Week 5 saw some surprising losses and gripping win streaks, displaying the massive power struggle for the top spot in the standings for all regions. Next week, Orbit goes head-to-head with Mindfreak of ANZ in what could possibly be the biggest match to date for both teams.
Looks like he's just
firing in. Does he catch the player on his right? He is going to win that one with Connect. He still has a bit left. Challenge in a second.
Tune in every week as we bring you all of the excitement and the spectacle that is the Call of Duty World League 2016 Pro Division.
Try and get this flying pick. Oh, good God. See ya, Zed.
Uplink is a favorite mode within the esports community because of its fast-paced, aggressive nature. This mode features two teams clashing in an attempt to score a satellite drone into an enemy's floating uplink station. The drone will be spawned in a neutral point between players' locations. Players must then get to the spawn location to fight over control of the drone. Every drone thrown through the uplink station scores 1 point. However, 2 points are awarded if the drone is carried through the goal. Uplink forces players to push into enemy territories and to hold their position. The player with the drone loses their equipped weapon, but gains an additional protective armor, assisting them while their guard is down. After 2 rounds, alternating between map sides, the team with the most points wins the match. Uplink brings on a whole new aggressive gameplay that requires players to solidify their teamwork and conquer map control.
welcome back here to the Call of Duty Challenger Division. Call of Duty World League, of course, joined by myself, Philip Momentum Whitfield, and Brycey back in Germany. It feels like you were only here last weekend.
I was.
You were. That's probably because he was. Nevertheless, we have one game down and another one to go. We've already seen Exertus take down their opponent today, but we have a bit of a special one coming up for you. It's a French bonanza. Hyper Games
Could you use the word bonanza there, I think?
versus Supremacy. I'm excited to see what comes out. Some old faces coming into the Call of Duty World League. If you've been a fan of Call of Duty for maybe a year, 2 or 3 years, that you might, cast your minds back. But we'll be sure to introduce those a little later on.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting game coming up, and I'm kind of looking forward to it. A bit of a French battle go on.
Yeah.
We don't often get to see these, so I'm hoping, we have a really good show between these players. The French obviously not doing great in the CWL. Now, I will admit, if I remember correctly, they're holding all 3 bottom positions.
Yeah, they're not doing too well, and this is another kind of reason to almost watch. This is, are these 2 teams maybe more deserving of the spot of these guys? Are they going to kind of battle it out and steal one of the spots from the other French teams? Because, we've all kind of highlighted Pulse, who, for you guys at home who are Pulse fans, they're still in this tournament. They're still going strong. They've won a few rounds back to back, and I think they're trying to prove a point. I think they're doing just that. But going back to kind of Hyper Games and Supremacy, it's kind of this testament, if you like. Are you in that caliber of teams that is the top 10? The French teams were kind of highlighted a number of times during the Call of Duty World League, and we kind of hype Vitality to be hitting that top 4 spot, and they've really kind of not shown up in that matter.
Oh, you did.
Okay, I did, and a lot of people did.
My predictions are actually pretty accurate. I believe that
he's actually right. It pains me to say it. It does pain me to say it, and I mean, you actually one of your videos actually you did say Vitality. They've never been that good, kind of in online league. The French,
the French really struggle in pro leagues, and they're doing it again. They're struggling in a pro league now. How you base that off of how they're actually going to be playing and where they actually stack up, I think is very interesting. And they said, I believe they have to get to land and prove themselves because I think that's where they'll play better. And right now, they're all in that danger zone of they could go out of this entire CWL and go into the relegation. Where I actually want to see them get to land and perform. I think that's where they'll do a lot better.
I agree, and I think that the particular kind of players that are in that team, of course, obviously, both, Guitar Broke and everyone else as well, definitely are kind of LAN players perform better. But 2 names that you're probably recognizing here. On one side, you see Mr. Loan. An ex-teammate of mine, actually. Big fan of his. But also Maxi for the guys as well. But our play, we've seen him around as well. I believe it's Mulsey. I mean, definitely some names that I've been heard thrown around the French scene a couple of times. But look at that ban and protect, Bryce. Start to walk me through it.
Well, I mean, the MR6 and the stock automatically kind of being protected is not something you'd usually expect to see. Now, obviously, stock for a lot of ARs, if you take it off of them, they might go out of their comfort zone. So I imagine that's why that protection came in. But with the MR6, clearly, I mean, now, if you cast your mind back to the days of the French constantly challenging with pistols, it was something we expect to see a lot of the time. We expect to see people like, I remember, I think was it Gataga and Maxi who made the montage, actually, on Black Ops 1 of their amazing pistol play. So, I mean, it might be something that we kind of see come through there, but... Yeah, it's not something that I would usually expect to see protected, especially both of them right off the bat. High caliber and rapid fire, though, very, very normal, actually. I think both of them have an up in the 90% actually ban rate. The Cuda going down to the Man of War. Now, that's interesting because... Well, because you've got the VMP and the M8 still in.
Yeah, that's one thing.
So like I said, it's almost something like you've banned something which most teams wouldn't even care about.
M8 was probably going to be used alongside the VMP. I mean, CUDA, yes, it does come out. Interesting though, because I'm looking at these specialists, Bryce. Loan's picked Psychosis on Hardpoint.
I disagree with that pick. I think he could have done better.
I mean. I want to see what he uses it for and how he uses it.
It's not been that effective. We haven't seen it be that effective the entire CWL just because of the way it is.
Yeah.
There are better things to break hard points with, of which they've actually got them all. Heatwave, Active Camo, and Kinetic. I would have probably liked to see the Purifier. I think the Purifier was a better pick on the other side.
Yeah, or alternatively, you could have had a weapon. Whether it be the Scythe, Tempest. They've opted for 4 abilities on that side. But Maxi, of course, leading the squad here. They've got Purifier, Scythe. They've got 2 and 2, 2 weapons, 2 abilities. And if my memory serves me right, when R-Play was first introduced into the French scene, you know, it was almost kind of this player coming out of nowhere, teaming with kind of these big dogs, if you like, these veterans. And he really did show up. He was a great S&D player. He was great kind of in those situational plays. And I'm hoping that it's the same player, not literally, but I'm hoping he brings the same kind of play style to Black Ops 3. You know, I'm unfamiliar with the likes of Chucky, Grumpy, and Kirby, really, are the only three kind of in this kind of lobby. But nevertheless, we'll get into the game and we'll see how their playstyles are going out.
Well, no, it's one of those ones where these unknown quantities, obviously, we know the history of some of these players, but the rest of them, we're sitting here going, well, we don't know how they're going to play. We don't know how the dynamic of the team would have changed. I mean, speaking of people like Lowen, I kind of want to see him on a capture the flag. If you cast your mind back to what actually made him kind of infamous in capture the flags back on Black Ops 1, his passive play style pretty much seems suited for capture the flag on Black Ops 3.
Yeah, and it was coming into this, we thought he would, you know, come into it very, very strong. He was, you know, back to his best, but, you know, he didn't have kind of that competitive hunger at the start of this game. And, you know, with the CWL being announced, he's obviously got that back. He's found a team that he can kind of gel with, and we'll have to see, you know, if it's going to pay off, because, you know, these unknown quantities, as you say, these plays that we were unfamiliar with, we don't know how they're going to perform, as well as the actual individuals like Maxi and Lowen themselves. I've not seen them play this game before.
No, me either, and it's going to be kind of exciting to see just how well they've kind of transitioned into this game here. You've got to remember that they have had glories in years past, but there is years past, and past performance is kind of no real basis for future performance. So we're going to see whether or not they actually have the kind of the mettle to mix it up with some of these teams.
Okay, so let's get into it.
There's the P1 gun. Vortexy will actually have the Vesper, and the Vesper is most commonly used on this map in this first hill.
Yeah, so close quarters. Sometimes you see it wielded with the laser sight, and he goes around the back, gets one, but he's straight out of there, and in fact, doing great work outside of the hill, Bryce.
Oh, he's pushing with it as well, and he's using a devastating effect. Now, I was expecting to hold the hill with it, but no, right now. But this is where it gets a little bit dangerous, right? He needs to close these gaps again. He needs to get close, because is just not as good as some of the other SMGs when you've got to shoot long range. But this is exactly where it excels here. And you can already see he's on a 4 streak.
He's on a 4 streak, but he's also on the hill and he's racking up time for his team. Making a 5 does fall to the hands of Grumpy there, and actually to the hands of another Vesper.
Well, he goes down as well, and we are going to say M8 this time around. Comes in, RK5 will get that off here. Now, if who was it? Maxi had a Vesper, he would have definitely won that gunfight.
Yeah, Maxi actually broke the hill with his MR6, did get a 2-piece, but we see things start to even out as Hyper Games are going to collect these last couple of points. Now, rotation has come in. And
this could be a bigger one.
Yeah.
Lowen's in a position here, and he's waiting for his teammates to push up because they want to break this hill and get the spawns, which is what he is looking for. Now, he will have called out these players here, looking for them, and they are going to get challenged, and everything Lowen waited for has not come to pass, but Chunky Boy trying to go in. He's going to do it, but it will be Grumpy who managed to get that one there. Or is it, sorry, Gumpy, who's got a Gumpy game, sorry, Gumpy Gumper. What a hard name to say. We'll call him Gumpy from now on. But he's just trying to, and he's using that Vesper again, and it does seem to be able to hold hills with this, simply because of the DPS it puts down.
Yeah, Chucky put a few bullets in the wrong player there, but nevertheless, he's going to get straight back on it, and it looks like he'll be able to make this kill. Yes, he will. And actually, for the first time, Hyper Games are going to take the lead, but not for long, or will they? Maxi picks up a double as Lowen answers back as well, and now the rotation does need to come in, because
now he might lose
10 seconds on that clock.
This time here. It looks like they are going to push. I mean, Kirby's in a good position to push it. And you've got to be wondering why his teammate didn't go for that rotation. It's Lowen who actually went for the scrap time.
Yeah, they've gone for the scrap time and not even picked up those last 5. They managed to, I mean, look at that.
That's a strange decision.
Yeah, it is a strange decision. Shut down immediately. And I do agree with you. I wanted to give him a chance. I wanted to see how he was going to use it. But Psychosis, I think a better specialist could have been used.
Oh, that just a heat wave completely in the face. Couldn't see a thing at all. And now it's R-Play coming in, looking for these shots, and down he goes as well. No pre-aim from him. Lowen will now be holding this one down, and Hyper Games have an opportunity here.
Semtex goes out, does put a few damage, but Flak Jacket's going to come into play there. 65-63 here. Such a close game as Gumpy picks up 2. Lowen's going to slide out. Not going to make the third, though, as Maxi reacts so quickly there. And again, oh no, he's just got the second as Vortex teammate as well. Breaks into the hill, and look at those spawns, Bryce.
He should go down here, realistically. He is going to. And Vortex is just waiting for the scrap time on this one. But who is that on the rotation? It's R-Play. R-Play has 2 to beat. Doesn't matter. His teammates actually coming in as well here. Can he hold this one? No. Will go down at the same time. Reinforcements now coming in. Malsey is going to try and to break this one.
Yeah, Maxi has that Purifier out. I believe he's just made 1 kill. Let's see if he can make another. Oh, he has actually ran out of it. All been killed. But still in control of this hard
They want
point.
to break in.
Yeah,
Might use tacticals. No, he's going to go straight in for it, looking for that kill as well. Does eventually get it down. Teaming up with Vordexy to break this one. You didn't actually see our play there. He's just holding out and says, thank you. I'm going to just wait here.
Yeah, our play is always a kind of a player just to kind of split off, if you like, from the rest of his team. And he seems to be just doing that, going for those early rotations.
That's confidence. Challenging with the last few bullets in his gun, looking desperately for that player.
As he managed to pick him up as well, Malsey with that RK5. He's going to pick up 1, but look at the score, Bryce. He's so close between these two French teams. Supremacy just about to breach 100 as Hyper Games, nearly on that 85 mark. And now this rotation needs to come in.
And it looks like Maxi is going to be on. He got EMP'd there, but he's looking for it. He decides not to trade. And he's going to maybe try and sneak round. Maxi now going in. You're going to see the first player. Picks that one up. Does actually have it, looking for the second. Not able to get it. Very aggressive challenge, actually, from him then. Especially with no teammates to trade it away.
Yeah, Maxi's on 17 kills. Top fragging for his team, doing some great work. Actually leading his
Oh, my
squad
goodness.
there.
Our play. He's trying to get this second kill as well, but it has to reload.
Yeah.
The last few bullets not going to be available for him here. And Hyper Games has done a really good job actually to hold this so far. Again, another challenge coming in. It's going to be Kirby, and he will be taken down. Malsey coming in, and he's waiting for his teammates this time. M8 with a pre-aim. Going to be looking for that second player. Picks him up as well. Player laying on the floor there, and that is very dangerous because you don't usually expect it. Most players will be aiming around chest high.
Yeah, and it's actually, it was Gumpy there. He's still using that Vesper, funnily enough.
Finally managed to break
comes
it.
in. Oh, Hopley has to back off there as he jumps around. That's got to be Lowen actually putting him down, and Lowen's going to make the 2-piece. Evidently, I mean, our player actually took the player down.
That Psychosis worked out for him.
Yeah.
We doubted that pick.
And he used it a little bit better that time. I think a little bit closer to the hard point rather than so far away.
Yeah.
But it's going to be right back where we started, back in the middle with only 3 points in it, Bryce. Take that away. We're even here going into it.
We're going to do this whole thing again, pretty much even. And Replay puts a few bullets into his teammate, but managed to stay alive as he's being heavily outnumbered. Used the heat wave to pick up the second as well. Third will be no good as he does get taken down, and Chunky Boy goes into the hill here. Active camo, this is not the time to really use it, as players who come into this hard point will be pre-firing.
Yeah, and they're so close to you. Even if you go invisible, they'll be able to react immediately. Yeah. But Chucky's doing what he needs to do. Does find one, falls to Malsey. Vortex as well. Heatwave comes in. Lowen takes him down with a Semtex. I just can't get over how close these two teams are right now.
Yeah, it's going back and forth between them, and he's trying to pre-fire. Knows exactly where that player is. Hayes alive as well. I'm impressed by that. Allowing his teammate to actually come in. But they are stacking here. Chucky Boy is now going to try and make a move forward. He doesn't get it either, and now comes the rotation battle. Who's going to be first one in? It might be Lowen to try and get this one here. Bearing in mind how close these teams are, the rotation is actually super important.
Yeah, and this is what Lowen was known for, getting those kind of anchor spots. But Maxi knows him too well, shuts him down. And now we see Supremacy actually gaining control as Chucky, you know, corrects me
kinetic armor, and he still gets it through. Gumpy managed to actually take him down there as well. So they do get that rotation. Lowen was unable to make the actual trade here, but he's trying to hold the back door for his teammates. Looks for that second, picks that one up as well, meaning that they only have to watch one, and it's going to be Gumpy who picks up 2 in the front at the same time. Great teamwork from them two, holding a door each.
Yeah, and this is actually the biggest lead we've seen in such a long time here. 30 points accumulated. Lowen has to back up his team. He's helping him out, but Gumpy in such a powerful position. As soon as he comes around that corner, melted.
He's in trouble now, though.
The floor. He seems to be getting pinned, but Chucky's actually done well there, and now Gumpy can make the third kill. Hellstorm and Lightning Strike has been unlocked.
Not far away.
75 points.
You got to wonder about the using his kinetic here to win the next gunfight, just so he gets that.
Yeah. If
and
he
he's
popped
not
it,
going to use it.
He could have. He really could have. But decides not to. He's going to save it to maybe a point where he needs to break into the hard point. Maybe it was reactions, but the Semtex is going to come into play there. Our play does go down. Is Kirby going to recognize this player on the right? No, he's not. Oh, it's Maxi.
Oh, Maxi's managed to break it out here, knowing they need to get this one back. Going to be using the Purifier. However, Spawn is not in his favor. As you can see, they're miles away. Incoming streaks, though. Now, here comes the push. Scythe out as well. Malsey's, they're breaking out the specialists here, trying to hold this one down. And so far, they're doing it. Another wave coming in here, and already has been displaced. Supremacy will hold on for the time being.
Yeah, in fact, they're looking really powerful. Maxi is actually going off with this 4-kill streak to his name on that Purifier. Has managed to get his weapon back out there and done it safely as well. And
Rotation.
I talked about a lead, Bryce, and that's been literally shut down within a matter of one hill. We're back even here. 202 to Hyper Games, 202 to Supremacy, and now once again going into this Flowers rotation. Rplay making a massive play here. Well, who's going to take control?
They held it off, but they got the spawn.
Yep.
That's so important. Mauzy's going to be able to come in here quicker, even though he died last. Trying to get it RK5, not good enough. As both teams now get in, and it's going to be Gumby, but he shuts down 2 of his own team.
And he's actually going to get shut down himself.
Hyper Games are now spawning out.
What a mistake that was. Supremacy can run away with this now.
40 seconds left to go. Now, technically, they can end it here. I very much don't think they're going to be able to. And you can actually see, here they go. Hyper Games now going to try and make a break. They're not able to get in for that one. Chunky Boy looking for this one as well. Picks the active cam out, but not sure he needed it, but he does get in. One more player left to beat. Does he get it? 3-piece for Chunky Boy to come in and to break this. Holding on by their fingertips now as desperately teams reinforce from both sides. And it will be the Vesper again. They have managed to bring this back to almost as he picks up the third, and the Vesper rips the face straight out of Supremacy. And now we're looking at this rotation, and it's Chucky Boy who is in position for Hyper Games.
Yeah, and the man of the moment at the moment, Gumpy, is on 39 kills. Chucky's made a really important kill. That was the spawn, but no, Rplay's going to hop in here as well. This is going down to the wire, Bryce. This is going down to kill after kill.
Yeah,
Loan's used the Psychosis here on the spawn as well.
He has to stay alive here. Player's life. His teammates need to come in and reinforce him as well. He goes for the... No! Doesn't see him, and that could be it. You know, this is so close between them. Supremacy will now have control. Can they hold off in the last few seconds? No, down they go again. Gumby trying to make his life. He is dropping 40. The most kills by a decent way from any of them. Kirby comes in. Again, it's contested. All 3 of Supremacy flooding the site. Heatwave could be detrimental to all of them. Is he going to pop it? No. Down he goes. Hyper Games refusing to let this one go.
And again, Gumpy comes in with a 2-piece. Is it going to be enough, though? 239 for Supremacy. They need 11 points here. Rplay's trying to get it.
The Loan gets in, but he goes down. Mauzy's trying to switch as both teams just reinforcing as fast as they can. There's so few points left on this one, and we're actually going to go to the next hill.
Unless, only if the contestation comes in, it does, and we're going to see the next hill. And the rotation's all going down in the middle. This is going to be surely Supremacy.
Oh, Supremacy, hold it.
Oh, I mean, with it going back to that middle hill, there's only going to be one winner. You're always going to be able to slide in. And it was Vortex on the kill cam, in fact. Oh, Vortex as well, great work. 1 minute and 57 there.
Gumby just dropped 43 for 30 with 2 minutes 19 in the hill for the loss.
Yeah, something seriously not going right. And the thing not going right for them, every other player on his team going negative. I mean, we talk about kill-death ratio, we talk about slaying power, and yes, Gumpy had it, but it was only Gumpy on that squad. And I think it was just a little bit... I mean, I say a little bit, a very little bit in it there going into the last one. What a great game, though, to see. A really close matchup against these 2 French teams. And definitely an interesting one to kick it off. And, you know, will we see the same in Search and Destroy? Are we going to see a round 11? Are we going to see it go the full 5 maps? I certainly hope so.
I think it was just chaos. Like, a lot of the times it was back and forth, and then there was a great hold, actually, from Supremacy to kind of bring it right back. However, the last few hills were chaos. We saw constant reinforcement. We saw specialists get popped everywhere. That last hill especially, who on earth can tell what was actually going on? Because both teams were just flooding as fast as possible, to the point where some of the trades weren't as efficient as they could have been, but just big 2 pieces coming in everywhere. People were diving in. People were diving in knowing that realistically, you know, that 5 seconds for those 5 points you may save, the contest was actually more important. They knew how close it was, and even though both teams could have won on that last hill, neither team could get that win down simply because of how much it was contested.
Yeah, and that's kind of second last hill, you know, not the middle hill, if you like, that back one. That's the one that you're talking about, obviously, just to clarify. But I mean, I need to take a breather almost after that game. It was intense. It was close. And, you know, we state the obvious sometimes, but Gumpy was my man watching that. He's come out with the loss on map number 1, but he dropped over 40 kills there for his team, almost carrying them through. And it was with the Vesper post-patch. You know, we know this gun was kind of, you know, overpowered previously, and everyone was to use it, and it was banned all the time. But he seems to have just taken it by storm, really.
I think this is a great hill. This is a great map for it. I mean, P1, usually on most maps you won't use the Vesper. This is the map for P1. And then pretty much everywhere else he used it, as long as he was sitting inside the hill, it was absolutely fine. And that was the crucial bit here. Now, bearing in mind the way this game works, a lot of times you need to push out some of these hills to get the spawns correct or to push the spawns out as much as possible. Now, Gumby made that sacrifice. He relied on his teammates to actually do that hard work for him. And he said, look, this gun is great. I said, but I'm going to lose these gunfights at other parts of the map.
Yeah.
So I need to stay in this hill. I need to stay close range and nothing else. I cannot push out. I cannot push through. I've got to stay here.
And he like you said, he's relying on his team to do the rest of it. Because when we were spectating Gumpy, in P1 he was in the middle, P2 he was in the hard point. I mean, even the one he looked a little bit vulnerable one was that bottom palace, but it was just that little bit more open, if you like. But as soon as he got into flowers and that, you know,
But he can push close. I mean, you can always push
Yeah.
close to a doorway and use the Vesper to his advantage.
Yes.
And I think anybody watching who's taking tips to kind of improve their own gameplay has got to realize that. The Vesper will work, but it will work with the right team, and your team have to know that if you're first into a hill and you make that kill, that you're not going to push through, because realistically, you can't push out to push that lane sometimes.
No.
You can make challenges in close quarters, but you can't push all the way through. You can't hit that flank sometimes because you don't have the sight line you need.
Okay, so we've seen Hardpoint, we've seen how chaotic it can be, and luckily for me and Brycey, actually, we're going into a slower pace game mode. We're going into Search and Destroy. We can sit back a little bit, take a deep breath, and I mean, judging on the new faces, if you like, of what we've just seen on the Hardpoint, really I'm looking at, how are these going to go into the Search and Destroy? Because, yes, we saw Gumpy was this ridiculous, high-slaying kind of SMG aggressive. How does that translate into a Search and Destroy?
Honestly, it doesn't. This is the honest truth of it all here.
And that's
is
why
is that the tempo is so different between Hardpoint and the amount of interactions and the way players even play here. Obviously, playing alive is so much more important. Certain teams will have S&D experts, so to speak, who just perform so much better in that almost individual trading role. And it very much depends on the team. Like we see, going back, if you think about Optic Gaming, are probably one of the best trading teams in S&D you can ever watch, because they play as a unit. Even though they're all individually brilliant, they actually perform so much better as a unit, relying on their gun skill to make sure they get those trades in their favor. Whereas some other teams, we've seen great flanks, players like Tommy, for instance. There's always been a great solo player in Search and Destroy, whether it's sniping, whether it's counterplaying, whether it's flanking. He's that kind of guy. So you have these different dynamics in teams that really can just completely change the face of any S&D game you actually go into. So as much as you say, oh, this is the standard tactic for this team, this is what they could be doing, this is what they should be doing, a lot of the times these teams will play around the way that the individuals like to play this. And S&D, they will have their set out strats. But a lot of the time, like I said, individual gunfights. One gunfight can completely ruin a strat because you don't have pressure.
And I think with Search and Destroy as well, the one thing that I kind of learned from, getting into the competitive thing, you can have all the strats in the world, but every single play is situational, because you'll go, right, we're rushing B, we're going for it. One player goes down or gets sniped, and you're like,
especially if it's early in that rush.
Yeah.
Especially if you can't get the trade effectively.
Yeah.
But it means you're sitting there and I'm sure you've had it if you play competitive, and I know you've had it especially, is that if you go for that rush and your player gets picked and you've seen that play, whoever it is, the sniper or and he's just gone, well, you can't see me now. You're sitting there going, well, now I can't trade.
Now
we can't continue our push.
He was the one with the bomb.
Yeah.
And it's all turns to situational, the way to adapt, the way you you almost reconfigure your own strategy in that one round. And it happens, multiple times, and you've got to be so switched on to be like, right, let's hold back, let's go for a rotation, let's go back to B, or whatever, let's go mid. You've just got to be able to have that shot caller, and these teams are definitely not lacking experience. That's one thing I do want to point out. The likes of Maxi and Low on either side, these guys have been playing, before I was playing. We're talking, 7, 8 years of competitive Call of Duty each for them.
Yeah.
And, the amount of Search and Destroys these guys have played is unthinkable. The amount of lands these have attended, both of them winning lands as well. We have land winners on both sides here, and this is why we're watching this game. But I think both of them were almost out of the limelight there.
This is it. I didn't actually even expect to see them play again. It's one of the, like Lowen. Lowen took this is his actually return for him, because I'm fairly certain he took a break, if I'm right.
Yeah, I mean, he almost kind of took a step back. He said, I'm not going to be going into Black Ops 2 competitively, and I don't think he would have come back unless it was for basically what's on the line. Call of Duty World League has always been, a big thing now, and I think he's seen that. He's seen what potential, you can kind of make it. And I think he just needs the right 3 players, because Lowen as well as Maxi, highlighting these 2 players, they've been to previous Call of Duty World Championships, they've competed amongst the best, the North Americans, and they have done, a little bit of damage to some extent, but the main kind of cause of upsets have been here in Europe, and when Lowen and Maxi played competitively at the highest rate, that's when the French were at the best.
Yeah, I mean, no, you are right there. I mean, it's going back a little way, but yeah, you are completely
we're talking,
correct.
A good 3 or 4 years.
And since then, the only time you really see French teams at the top is when they've got that alloy of English and French squads. Until then, we've not really seen a full French squad perform realistically at the top in Europe and certainly worldwide.
100% agree. They've had that, and we talk about that one kind of man himself, you know, when Tommy kind of always went over to the French. I don't know how he did it, and I don't know whether it was because every single week I highlight
He seemed to make champions at the French.
Yeah, I say the Vitality members are so good, but maybe they are lacking that kind of one super experienced player like Tommy, who's such a commanding leader.
Yeah.
And
well, even if you flip that kind of alloy, you got to think of the Millennium with Gataga in. And Gataga, in my opinion, played some of the best Call of Duty I'd seen him play in 3 years when he was the only French member on Millennium.
Yes, very good point as well. And I like the fact, I like the patriotism, of going back to your French kind of teammates and being a full French roster. But I do think it is.
Just want to point out, the stock MR6 protection.
Yep.
It's the other way around this time. It's actually banning both.
Yeah, so they're both gone. Overdrive has gone as well, which is an interesting ban for Search and Destroy because sometimes we've seen it not banned, not protected, and still not feature.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those ones where it's aggressive, right? If you're going to take Overdrive, you're going to make an aggressive push. Occasionally, we've seen it once or twice on the defensive where they've had to get somewhere really, really fast. But yeah, it's usually down to that individual player. And although I'm a fan of Overdrive, it's because it's exciting, let's be honest. At the same time, it's down to that efficiency of this could either lose you a round or win you a round depending on how it goes for you. Because if you mess up or you get picked or you don't find the right person, you're going to go down and it's numerical disadvantage.
And again, we see Psychosis either side.
Both sides. This is actually a lot more common than it was last time.
Yeah, I mean, I've gone, a whole week in, a Tuesday and a Wednesday in the Call of Duty World League when we see 10 games played and not a Psychosis picked. And here... Today I'm seeing it, picked all over the place.
It's since Active Camo and Overdrive have been taken out, it's not the biggest leap of faith. This is probably where you would go with it.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
It's because those two have been taken out. There's no other real reason for it I can see. Because you didn't usually have both of them in a ban. I think that's the thing that's thrown us off, is that both of them being banned in the ban and protect phase have actually caused people to go, right, well, I can't take either of them now, because you usually expect to see both of them on one team. So Psychosis is now coming out. And obviously, for me, the biggest thing about Psychosis is almost like a little bit of a blade of armor. Like, you pop it and run in. Now, obviously, any player worth their salt can just tear through those clones. But a lot of the time, you'll be at the back of them, and they'll just be in the way, and you can still get shot.
Yeah, it is, situational again, and it's dependent on where these drones run, what they do, and how they do it, and that's just so unpredictable. I mean, Overclock has been banned as well, so we're not going to see as many specialists anyway. We'll see probably these once per game, if you like, maybe twice at a push if someone kind of goes off.
Well, I think something quite interesting about Psychosis against Active Camo is that you pop both of them in anticipation or to make entrance into somewhere easier. Now, with Psychosis, it doesn't really protect you anymore. You're just trying to distract them a little bit. With Active Camo, it actually makes it easier for win that gunfight once you get in here. It's less of a distraction, more of a, I've got the advantage, or I've got the drop on you in this scenario. So it's kind of interesting that that's the way those two actually work out here, is that both of them are before you actually get into that gunfight.
Yeah.
But they actually work in very different ways.
And they're both doing the same thing, and inevitably you're trying to hide yourself. You're trying to disguise yourself as something else and take them away from what you are. But you think about those situational plays, and I tell you what, I'd much rather be invisible than just beside 3 huge golden clones.
Yeah.
But the map we're going to be playing is Fringe. Of course, we've seen this once already on Uplink, but today is Search and Destroy. 6 rounds is the score limit. Plant and Defuse, of course, 5 and 7.5, and we will be getting into it very, very shortly. As the guys ready up, create their classes, change their score streaks, and prepare for a battle here on Fringe.
I'm interested to see some of the sniper play actually come out, especially down through train. I'm wondering if we're going to see any spawn snipes. We've seen that before. The old run around the silo. Haven't really seen that often. But just quickly want to run through. There we have Maxi's going to have a sniper rifle. And it's going to be 3 AM8s and an SVG. And on the other side, 3 AM8s and an SVG.
Okay, but let's see what he's doing. Who was using the sniper? Was it our play?
No, Maxi had it, yeah.
Maxi's got it.
Now already see shots going down.
Oh, and that grenade's going to give some intel away. And look how fast-paced this Search and Destroy game is. straight away, a rush to B. One has fallen. That's going to be Vortex.
Well, this is the horrible scenario on this map. He's trying to make that shot as well, not quite able to get it. And Supremacy will now go 0 down for 2 deaths. Gonna be looking for this
challenge
one.
and surely falling. Yeah, that's going to be the Elcar, and now in a 1 versus 4. Rplay has everything to do. They're charging him. They're putting him down. He's in the warning zone. He has to get out of that. Not going to get out alive, though.
Not a single kill.
Yep. And that Elcar looking pretty nice.
Yeah, I mean, we don't see a lot of Elcars. A lot of people kind of tend to use the MR6, which is obviously banned in this one, or the RK5. Now, clearly, Chucky Boy is more comfortable with this.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Machine used to dub it the Pocket Vesper, but it was one which was so kind of overpowered again at the start of the game. I think it has found its kind of right place here in competitive at the moment.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where a little bit easier to kind of drag into line if you're not so great with the RK5 or the MR6. But however, Chucky Boy out with the sniper rifle, and they've been a little bit passive. Kirby could be in a little bit of trouble here, so I'm going to switch on board with him. If he makes this push, it is going to be Malzy who will have his sight, and you can see that sight line here.
He's just made a big
kill
never
on mind.
Kirby
says thank you.
That's a massive play there for Kirby and Hyper Games, but Maxi answers back with 1 now. Numerical advantage goes in favor of Hyper Games, but only by 1.
That's going to go down.
Yep, bomb is being planted. Maxi and Rplay. I mean,
it's a good position actually for Maxi. He knows his flank is secure. However, he does have to move and kind of give up that position to actually make a push here. Rplay's going to push in with the RK5. He's only got an RK5 to really push this, and that's... Oh, my goodness, never mind. Rplay just rips a face there. And that's made the first pick here. However, time is now going against them. Needs to make the second kill. No, Kirby gets that one. Rplay now left in the 1 versus 2. He tries to make this one. And unfortunately, he's not going to be able to do it here as Kirby turns to have the better RK5 skills. Dodges out of the way and comes back with a vengeance.
Yeah, Maxi really needs to pick that player up there. I think it was Kirby. But doesn't fall to him, and then leaving him in a 1 versus 2 and defuse Rplay.
That snipe, though. He had it, he was looking for it, and he managed to just pick it off, and it opened up the bomb site a little bit for them. If that second kill had gone down in their way, they would have had that supremacy, but unfortunately not, as Hyper Games locked them down.
Yeah, and that's 2-0 for Hyper Games, actually. As we go
Silo?
forward with supremacy.
No.
Not going to be running up that side.
He's got an M8 as well this time. Okay. However, this is aggressive. Who's that? It's Lowen who's going to have to defend here, and he knows he's got a hit marker. Gets a second hit marker, looks for this kill, does manage to get it, but he is going to have to back off a little bit. I wonder if he knows that they've stacked this site.
He's going to be straight back on it, and Lowen's going to be under pressure. Surely he can make the second.
Oh,
yes,
he made that
traded.
one. They shouldn't have allowed him to make that one. They had a player right there. However, it's come down now to a 2 versus 2 again. Rplay and Malzy going against Kirby and Chucky Boy. Kirby hasn't even died yet so far this game in the last 2 rounds. Now.
Whether this bomb goes down, they need to get it down. That's going to be going down as we speak here. 45 seconds on the clock once that is planted. And Kirby's going to spot one, and again, the favor goes to Hyper Games. Rplay's got a lot of work to do.
And down he goes. Hyper Games will pick up another round here. Just dominating Supremacy. They can't seem to make any of the right plays. Kirby hasn't even died. Chucky Boy's 4-on-1 as well. And surely he must be close to the rest of his streaks, and he is. Starting to kind of rack them up here.
Yeah, defuse comes in, and Hyper Games looking strong at Search and Destroy. So far, so good for them. And they'll be back on the attack here, but Chucky Boy seems very comfortable with this Elcar. It's the 3rd kill of the game with it already.
No, it's just it allows you that kind of the ability to push where you want to here. Especially, see, one of the things I do see a lot of players do is that power slide around the corner with a pistol.
Yeah.
Now, if you're not super accurate and you've picked your angle slightly wrong, then it's really hard to actually make that kill. However, with the Elcar, you've got a little bit more forgiving. You can actually power slide around and just keep the spraying.
Yeah, almost like a little
look at this. Malzy's gone for a very, very aggressive defense.
But Lowen's actually just picked up one again with the search. With that Semtex. Gumpy, though, trying to do a bit of a wall back there.
Malzy's got heavily tagged up. Is he going to be challenged here? He is going to go down. It's Kirby managed to get that. That's 5 for him now. Fordexy. I think Fordexy is going to die here. It is going to be Chucky Boy who takes him down.
It's going to be that Elcar once again, but
Rplay
4 versus 1.
Yeah.
1v4 for Rplay. You just don't favour him at all when it's this position.
No. Not with a sniper and an RK5. Does get the first one, though. Don't count him out quite yet. Still, never mind. Lowen will take him down. Our play does eventually drop here because it's just, especially when you're mid-street.
Yeah.
It's not, you're kind of asking for trouble.
In the middle of nowhere here, but Lowen cleans up. And as you can see there, a solid M8 burst to the chest. Does everything they need. And only 2 rounds away from taking this. I mean, they'll be right back in it.
Yeah, what a reversal of fortune. And this is what we talked about, saying how different Hardpoint and Search and Destroy are. Is that it doesn't matter how great you are at kind of that first tempo. This second tempo really makes the difference. And we said S&D wins championships. And it does look like Hyper Games are almost a league above Supremacy right now.
It does, but the Hardpoint was so close. This S&D seems quite convincing. Oh, and ball is going to be exchanged. Rplay is going to take down Kirby as Vortex adds to it as well as Gumpy falls. And now this is the round where Supremacy needs to take this. They need to just to get back into the game.
What a shot. And it's now jumping on board with Lowen, who has to do a 1 versus 3. He can get 3 teammates if he really wants them here. They'll probably be about as good as the rest of his teammates so far in this. Now, Hyper Games looking for that one. And down. Supremacy will get this one.
Supremacy do get it. I mean, you saw him go into that 1 versus 4 very, very, almost a bit tense. I would be exactly the same. You're never in favor.
Even if he had popped Psychosis there, it would have been no help.
I'm glad he saved it.
Yeah. Well, there we go. Supremacy finally able to get a round on the board here. Hyper Games have been stopped in their tracks. Will we see a reversal of fortune? Or will Hyper Games hammer this one home? Still got Heatwave now. Psychosis, Kinetics not quite, but Glitch is ready.
Yeah, we're going to see specialist use anytime soon. It wouldn't surprise me if we saw some in this game. HCXD, though, is going to be played out, and it's going to be Kirby. He's 5-1 at the moment. He's having a bit of a stellar of a search and destroy game.
Here comes the floating death box.
Trying to just get amongst the enemy.
Ah, there we go. We'll have seen that one. Now, notice he's backed off. I said this is all information here. A lot of the times, you're not going to get a kill on Search and Destroy against pros with this. Although, with the H60, it's actually a little bit easier just because of the maneuverability of it. But, oh my goodness, does actually manage to get it. I said a lot of times players will just pre-aim here. And obviously, talking about RC versus HC difference, the HC is a lot more maneuverable than the RC cars of old.
Bomb has gone down, and Maxi also goes down as now Lowen tries to extend it, and again we see Vortex in this kind of position. It's so unfortunate. Gumpy adding to the tally, and Hyper Games take the round 5-1, looking super strong here on S&D.
Yeah, just so dominating. And actually, I think Gumpy had the advantage that grenade probably threw off Vortex's aim for just a second in terms of wondering what he needed to do, because he knew he had to get out of there. So he was also concerned with that grenade killing him.
Yeah, he had to, and he had to kind of almost react quick to it.
So a quick look at what's available for both squads. Glitch, just for Supremacy. Heatwave and Glitch available for Hyper Games.
I wouldn't be surprised to see some
Rplay's gone straight for it. Obviously, he knows that Glitch can save him if he needs to. Doesn't matter, goes down. It's a big blow to Supremacy there. And it looks like Vortex has gone down as well. No, Vortex is alive, sorry. It was Malzy who went on Rplay. However, Maxi gets one mid-street. Oh, down he goes. It's now Maxi in a 1 versus 2. It's going to be Chucky Boy and Gumpy, but Gumpy will have a Glitch and a HCXD. I think that HCXD is outcoming. Maxi.
Yeah, I can hear it. There it goes. And is it going in the right direction? It is indeed. It's going to be going
A side. Here, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, not a bad decision because Maxi now is forced to obviously go to B. But look where that bomb is. It's only in one place. Is he going to see him in the corner? Yes, he is. Oh, makes the kill. I mean, he needed to do that. And actually, a bit of a little turn on there.
Gumpy's like, where did he go? Now, interestingly...
He's seen him.
Did he see him?
Yep.
Just now. Tense 1v1 here. Hyper Games can end this right now. And it's on the shoulders of Gumpy.
He's going back to A. A B, sorry.
Maxi, surely going to be challenged here. Gumpy's going to go for this one. An easy kill there from Gumpy. You'll see that in the final kill cam as well. Very, very tense. Just no good there. Supremacy, no luck. And just completely getting dominated 6-1, considering how close the hardpoint actually was. I expected a closer search and destroy.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about round 11s. I mean, I eat my own words there. Malzy there, 1 and 7, not having the best against Maxi as well, 3 and 6. But you know, all players going negative. It only ends one way, and they only got one round, excuse me, there by them, you know, 6-1. It's a bit of a stomping on Search and Destroy.
Yeah, it really was. It just it almost kind of seemed like there was no answer.
And I think that shows a lot almost about the team. The hard point, yes, it was so close. But if a team, you know, can't perform on Search and Destroy, or maybe has an off game, you know, we don't see these a lot, and we may see another Search and Destroy. But if it goes that way, you've got to be favouring the guys from Hyper Games. But 1-1 now in the series.
It did seem very interesting to me how much more confident you actually saw one team were, and it's almost like they were so practiced, they didn't worry about it. We saw a few mid-street rushes as well come down. And in that scenario, you're going, well, they're so confident in their Search and Destroy now that they're not even worried about it.
And when you get that confidence, you know, or delusional confidence at the moment, sometimes you can do some crazy things, sometimes it doesn't go your way. But Hyper Games and their kind of game stance, everything fell into almost their hands there. Just the way that they were running straight into them, they seemed well practiced, disciplined. They just seemed to be that kind of 2, 3, maybe 4 steps ahead of Hyper Games,
it was
Supremacy.
Especially like they kept losing the battle in terms of numbers, and nothing went for them. I mean, even when they did great plays, it still went against them.
Yeah.
So I wonder if it's actually a disparity in skill, or whether or not this would be different on a different map at a different time.
Well, we may get to see it, of course, if it does go the full 5 maps. I can't promise you anything, but looking good so far, because we're on map number 3, and it's 1-1 either side here, of course. You know, the hard point, if you just missed it or you're just tuning in, went down to, I think it was about 20, I mean, how many points was it? About 10 points in the end?
No, it was a little bit more than that. I think it was about 20 points. I think.
20 points, but I mean, such a kind of close finish. Search Destroy was a bit of a stomping in favor of Hyper Games.
I think the uplink will be close. I think that's where we're going now. I think once we get into the uplink, I think it's going to be a very, very close game between these two. I expect the CTF to be probably one of the slowest CTFs we're ever going to see.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Loan there was notorious for his capture the flag gameplay back in Black Ops 1 and Black Ops 2. Mainly Black Ops 1, though. I mean, that man caused me a lot of aggro.
There was that infamous clip.
Shall we say?
It was either Tommy or Riddles who uploaded the infamous clip.
Tommy.
Was it Tommy?
Yeah.
The infamous clip of Loan, and the reason that we say this about him is it was named the Loan Corner as well.
CTF Havana?
CTF Havana. And it was for 4 minutes, 4 or 5 minutes, didn't move. Just constantly went from car to corner to car to corner and just stayed there for that entire time. I think he engaged maybe twice in a half of CTF, and that's what we're talking about with this player. That's the reason we say so passive. So interesting to see. Now we are going to see the CTF, definitely. I really want to see what he does.
Yeah, we are, and we're going to see it after the uplink, of course. I love it, and in all esports, when a certain location on a map or a call-out becomes a name. I love that so much, because it's either because of a notorious play or because a person kind of dominates that area, if you like, or for something like Loan, where he didn't move out of it for 4.5 minutes. But, you know, each to their own. We're going to be playing, it's going to be, I believe, evac. Again, my eyesight may not be perfect, but we'll try and get that confirmed for you. And going into this uplink, excuse me, and we've seen the hard point. We've seen certain players, Vesper, no names are going to be named, do some crazy things. And again,
I don't think we're going to see the Vesper here, if that's what you're asking.
No, I mean, what I was kind of wanting to see, are we going to see the same players that went off in the hard point go off in the uplink, or, in my opinion...
You're asking if Gumpy's going to go off, is that what you're asking?
Is Gumpy going to go off? That's one of the questions, but from my opinion, I think it's way more team-based uplink than hard point.
Yeah, I agree with that, actually. I think this is one of the game modes where you realistically, everybody has to be able to slay, and everybody has to be able to do the drone control.
You can't just get carried.
Yeah, there's nobody going, oh, I'm definitely going to push through and slay, because if you're not in that position and you allow the other team a second or 2 seconds for you to get in position, you may have lost all the game, all the kind of the...
Everyone has to have almost the same role in uplinking.
Yeah.
It's like, that's where you'll see...
You can run an AR and SMG, but at the same time, you better know how to run that drone.
Yeah, and you'll see, and a prime example I always pick up on it is when Millennium are playing uplink, when Jerd has it, when he throws it, it's like, that's going in. I can see it. It's like the flow of it just feels right. And then the last time I watched it, I think Mad Cat tried a few 1-pointers, and it was like, this is not my job. You know, Mad Cat should be slaying. But it's something which I think everyone should be obviously hitting those private matches, getting obviously psyched up about those 1-pointers and practicing it time and time again.
At this stage, especially if you're looking to become, you know, T1, and just the elite level of teams, you cannot miss 1-pointers.
No.
Like, if it gets intercepted, fair enough. But if you haven't practiced enough that you can hit that thing pretty much with your eyes closed, there's something seriously wrong. Now, don't get me wrong. You can be under pressure. You can have, people, bullets coming at you.
Yeah,
You can be pressed for time. But you have to be able to hit them. And you have to be able to hit them in every scenario. You need to know that angle and that, whatever elevation you need off by heart. Because that 1 point could make or break a game.
Yeah, and Evac is a map where, yes, you're going to see a lot of 1-point plays. Yeah. You're going to see these kind of push through this water side. And
here comes the Afterburner ban, by the way. Very quickly.
Or the Afterburner Protect. Maybe some teams want to keep it. We've seen some strange ones.
Have you seen a Protect? I haven't really seen a Protect.
I think I've seen it once on Uplink on Evac, and the Afterburner was protected. I'm not sure which team it was, but the stock is gone.
MR6
bit of a mixture of map 1 and map 2 there.
Yeah.
As stock is gone, MR6 is kept.
Well, one thing you can say is the French team seems to play around the MR6, considering it's been either banned or protected in every game so far.
As of the stock, but Uplink is no surprise to see the overdrive go.
Again with that Man of War.
Man of War is taken away.
Now, bearing in mind that 2 out of the next 4 are expected. Now, 2 out of the next 3 should be rapid fire and high caliber.
Yeah, I'm sure they will be. But which one? The important thing is what's the one remaining? There we go.
There's the Afterburner as well. We were expecting that. So,
surely the last
is
2.
this high caliber, which allows Maxi to kind of dictate, but he is going to go for the rapid fire. Now, I always find that very interesting when those 2 bans come in last, because it means realistically, one of them has to pick one. The other should pick the other one. However, if they don't, they get to dictate their terms. Say, right, I'm going to do this. Be prepared to switch classes to X, Y, and Z. So they kind of get ready to play it here. Not a lot of teams will do that. Very rare. I think I've seen it once happen in that way. The team decided, we are going to play with rapid fire and to see how it goes down. But that's, it's one of those decisions you have to make on the spur of the moment.
You do indeed, and let's check out the specialists, what they're rocking this time. Is Lowen going to stick to Psychosis? I doubt it very much. If he is,
yeah, please don't use it on this. Here we go.
I don't like that at all.
No.
I really
I'll be
like
honest with you, I didn't really like it in the last picks. The only time we saw it, I mean, Lowen almost had it when he broke the hill on the hard point, but still, there are things you can use instead of that here, especially considering there's no Scythe. And Scythe has been one of the ones, especially on Uplink, we've seen make some serious plays.
Yeah. And Lowen as a player, as a kind of slow assault rifle player, fits the role of the Marky B side, the Swanee side, the Broken side. He fits that role, and I don't understand it. I really don't with this Psychosis. And maybe it is a little bit of lack of experience on his side on Black Ops 3.
Yeah.
But we saw, Swanee adopted the same thing. He was always kind of the Psychosis side player, and he's now opting to go away from Psychosis very wisely, I think.
Well, yeah, I mean, you go Scythe, you go Tempest. I mean, realistically, even Annihilator will kind of work, but players have actually been going away from that recently in favor of the Tempest.
Yeah.
Simply because the Tempest has become easier to hit.
Yeah. But definitely got to be favoring the alternative side there with Heatwave, Kinetic, Scythe, and Tempest. I think that's almost the perfect play there. The perfect setup when active camo and overdrive is gone. But Lowen sticking to what he knows. It is going to be the Psychosis.
I mean, I don't really think I've seen a Psychosis in Uplink before.
And watching, looking at the specialists.
I'll be honest with you, I really want to see him use it.
I do, but I just don't. I think it's going to be as disappointing as it was on the hard point.
Well, yeah, I think we saw one break with it. I mean, even then, it was kind of not as effective as it could be, just simply because of the way Psychosis works.
Yeah, it was okay, but at the same time, if he had something else like Kinetic Armor, if he jumped around that corner, it would have been
same result. Or Heatwave, same thing.
But, I mean, judging by the specialist, it almost determines kind of the roles. Gumpy will be that aggressive SMG player going for the plays, as is probably Vortex, R-Play, and Chucky. You've got to relate it to those specialists and the way they're going to play. Maxi and Mulsey will be kind of those more slaying players.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we've seen some great plays on the side, but I mean, especially in Uplink and the way Uplink's been played recently, is a lot of the points are based around specialists to begin with. I mean, the only one that's really more is capture the flag, where players really do rely on those specialists to actually pull flags away here. But, I mean, a lot of the big points will be kind of coming from some of those specialists. Maybe not so much on this map, which is a little bit more free in the way you can wall run and get around, which is the reason Afterburner is pretty much a guaranteed ban on this map. But, no, I am very curious to see how it's going to go. I mean, we usually do see players sit both sides and be very, very defensive here, and I'm expecting Lowen which is makes the Psychosis pick even more weird to actually be sitting massively back.
I mean, if he does, I think it's a big mistake, especially on uplink.
Yeah.
On capture the flag, maybe, yes, you can kind of get away
sorry,
with it.
I skipped forward to capture the flag, then I've already gone to the next map.
Oh, but,
yeah.
Okay. But yeah, on uplink, you've got to be pushing as a team, working as a team, skipping through those quickly. We see some SMGs, some M8s either side. Who are we watching, Bryce?
Well, we're going to watch Malzy to begin with. And just see exactly how he's going to play this one. And already that drone's gone away, and it's Gumpy who's got it, and he's actually going through mid here. Interesting play. And can he manage to? No. Still alive. Needs to reset that armor if he is going to make this push, but needs to look for the right place to do it. I wouldn't do this wall run. Someone's going to be pre-aiming it. You've got no armor.
It has made a one-point play,
How did he release that so fast?
No, I'm not too sure. I mean, that's a well-practiced one-point play. We talked about it in the warm-up, obviously, to this game. And
I wasn't expecting him to be able to release. He released that before he even hit the wall.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't intend to, I don't think. It was almost like a hover throw, if you like. But Chucky does have the drone, and it looks like he's going for another 3 kills, to his name. Hits the one, and Vortex falls. And he's just got the support of his teammate. If you could reset that armor,
right now, yeah.
I
Still a lot. How is it? He's reversing it back. His teammates clearly have control, and he's coming back for it. Now in a little bit of trouble. Still gets away. Armor saving him a lot here. Going for it. Trying to... No, not able to get that one off. Hypergame seem to have these interesting strategies based around drone control.
Yep, and it seems to be working at the moment. I mean, Hypergame's obviously trying to adopt that one-point play kind of game, but if the kills go in their favor, I'm sure they'll push for that too. Of course, if you're new to uplink, 1 point for the throw, 2 points for the carry if you jump into the portal.
Well, they have control again here, and I think one of the most interesting things you can take away from this already here is a lot of teams don't use drone control the same way you would have done in previous games. They don't use it as an attacking thing here, simply because of the amount of slaying you usually have to do to get a portal in. However, it does seem like Hypergames are playing that different strategy of get drone control, continue to keep it away, because even though you've got that disadvantage of not having that extra player with a gun on the map, they're pulling Supremacy everywhere. Oh, a heat wave into it.
Just seeing who can pick it up. One's going to pick it up, and he's going to jump in. No, thrown out straight away, and that's going to be reset. That was a close call. Maxi, though, picking up the 2 with the MR6.
This is more what I expect to see from most teams. Supremacy, instead of taking drone control and continuing to run away with it, will push forward instead. They will rely on the killing here, is what we actually see more in Black Ops 3. Now, Maxi, if he wants the 1, he can probably get it in, because that armor will save him long enough, but he actually wants a 2, and he gets it as well. You know what? That is confidence, relying in the armor to keep you alive long enough and going for that boost slide.
Yeah, really well played and really well executed there from Maxi. Of course, those slides as well, not easy to do. Going for a 1-pointer low and shuts him down. Morsey's going to have the drone. And again, this MR6 and RK5 battle, these pistols of the French are incredible.
Well, you can see Supremacy. Oh, no! Denied at the last second. Not able to get that one in. R-Play, though, waiting for his boost. Does manage to get that one in. It's now 4-1. Supremacy. And I just want to quickly go back to the point I was talking about here. Hypergames, the way they're playing this uplink, kind of reminds me of last game. I don't think this is the way you play uplink now.
No.
That drone control has become more of a push forward with the drone, make the kills, and continue to kind of push through. You don't do that sort of tricky going from one side of the map to the other so much because it takes a gun off the map and it's a lot harder. However, Psychosis now out, and it's not going to do an awful lot.
Because he's running ahead of it, and all those Psychoses are running in the wrong direction. But nevertheless, his team are supporting him, and he does make a 1-point play. May have been able to make a 2, actually.
But I mean, that's okay. I'm not sure the Psychosis did an awful lot. That's why I want to talk about the inefficiencies sometimes of these.
I mean, at the time, didn't do a lot. I mean, there wasn't really anyone to kind of judge it against. But we're back in the game. Let's just focus what he's going right at the moment. If Gumpy hits that, it looks good.
That's the practice we talk about. You're going sideways at a very fast rate, and you just get the elevation, you time it completely correctly to get it in. Now, they have brought it back. It's 4-3. Gumpy doing serious amounts of work. Chucky Boy now on his own. Like I said, this is the scenario where a lot of people wouldn't have picked it up. They would have waited to make the kills, waited for the teammates to reinforce. R-Play now going for it. Is this going to be the wall? No. Oh, this is a little bit dangerous here, especially with no afterburner. As long as he can make it, no. Movement is on point. Now going for the 1. It's long, and it's no good.
No, doesn't manage to convert that. But again, what a close game, Bryce. 4-3 going into the next half, unless someone can pick up a play here. R-Play's trying to do it, but no.
Looks like,
that drone. Yeah. What an unfortunate cause.
And they have control.
Yeah, if they can just hold it down here, the drone will spawn. Mawzy
Go
will be able
Mawzy.
to push
Mawzy,
forward.
pick it up, run. You can get a 1 here. Probably get 2 if he's going to be confident. If Maxi goes down, they will be able to get 1. If he stays alive, which he has, they should be able to get 2. He's going to go for it now. No, but it will get the 1 simply because that drone will continue on. And our play just gives Kirby a smack to end that half.
Yep, and we're going into the half 5-3 in favor of Supremacy. As we flip sides, of course...
This has made me very curious. I just believe the way Supremacy are playing this is more indicative of what we see a lot of teams playing at the moment. I think the way Hyper Games are playing it is to use that drone as a threat, which isn't as effective nowadays, simply because of the movement mechanics. So I'm going to be wondering, you know, is this going to be the same story in the second half?
Well, we're into it, and we're going to see some specialists as well. Heatwave is available. Halfway to the Tempest is going to be Kirby, and Kirby going for this M8 here as, you know, just a one-holding assault rifle. All 3 of his teammates pushing through the middle. Gumpy's going to pick up 1 and give the chance for Kirby to push as well. Kirby's going to see 1, but he's not going to connect at the moment. Just playing his life. He's going to fall to the hands of Mawzy.
Heatwave here, not going to be used. Mawzy gets the second kill for as well. He's 15 and 8 currently. Big slaying coming from him. Now, pushing forward. Unfortunately, he's pushed forward, but none of his teammates managed to win their gunfights. Lowen's taken this away.
And he's used the Psychosis once again.
Again, this is where I'm wondering. Lowen, put it down, get some control, take some shots. No,
no, I mean this. Yeah, now
do you see what I mean?
Yeah, now he goes for the kind of wonder play. May get a lucky 1.
No, misses.
Doesn't know. Was under fire. Oh, and this is a good play from Chucky. I was going to say it was a good play from kind of just waiting. Oh my goodness.
Oh no! No, the reversal has just completely ripped him to bits.
Oh, that was a killer to watch.
But do you see what I'm getting at here with the way that Hyper Games are playing this sometimes? Like right now, Gumpy should probably just throw this forward. I mean, it might reset, but he's not lost an awful lot of ground, but he could be another gun on the map.
He definitely could be.
However, they are winning a few gunfights.
And I think he's just going left, right. He doesn't know what to do. He's getting the support of his teammates. But again, you say he's just a gun that could be on the map, but he's making some deadly plays. Oh, wow, they do manage to make this here. I mean, the way they're playing is not wrong. It just relies on your teammates winning all their gunfights. Because you're not able to trade as effectively. Yes, you're not able to actually trade. Chucky Boy, not the most effective HCXD there.
However, can they make this one here?
Lowen definitely can make it a 1-point play. No.
Not if he does that, he can't.
I mean, that to me shows a lot of inexperience on Black Ops 3 if you're not making that kind of 1-point play.
Now, 5-5. 2 contrasting styles. Maxi will now be carrying this one, but he has blockers. That's a difference, as he has people in front of him. Now, actually going to back off this one as well. He's going to continue to hold this one, but this is where you might see him actually drop it. Unless he's going to try and make a 1 here. No, he's going to go down. Tempest is going to take him away.
Looked like he was going for the 1-point play. It looked a bit too hesitant for me. But Chucky has that drone now, and he's pushing the same spawn out. In return, our play trying to stop him. Gets 2 down. It's a great play so far.
And now he gets it back once again here. Bearing in mind, 2 minutes 20 left to go. Both teams are tied, so if they continue to be tied for the rest of this, which I don't really expect, getting a point here could be crucial. Now, our play's going to go for the hero, never mind. That's what happens when you ban Afterburner.
Yeah, I mean, that is literally kind of a typical showing, if you like, of what can happen here on evac. He's 5-5, though, 2 minutes left to go. And this, for me, is when it gets interesting, Bryce. This is when teams...
This is line up for the 1 point.
Yeah.
Not going to be able to get it.
Not going to make it.
Lowen trying to get this one as well. Does make it down. And there goes the 1 point in here. Hyper Games will have control. However, you see Supremacy trying to push out here. If he can make this kill, very, very important. Now, however, the drone's got away here. Lowen's going to go for another 1-pointer, and he is going to be able to get it as well.
Yep,
big kills from him there.
Better 1-point play from Lowen rather than his other one, but 2 points in it. 1 minute 30 left on the clock now. Time is ticking, and I think that's the biggest thing for Supremacy now at the moment is they know time is running out. They need to make some kills, but they also need to run away with this. Gumpy, another 2-piece. Every time I see this guy, it's, 2-piece with a Vesper. Yeah. Every time.
Down he goes again. Now, realistically, Supremacy are going to be feeling the pressure here. A minute left to go. They know they can't have that much more things, and he actually ends up popping his kinetic because of it. Looking for that kill as well. Picks that one up at the same time. Now they have a chance to push forward here. But Vortex, he knows he needs teammates to reinforce. Hyper Games will be looking to dig in. They know they do not want to let this go, and he's already put 2 down. I think he's a bit reluctant to let go of that drone when he maybe should have done. Maxi's going to go down as well because he accidentally picked it up. And this is the danger time here. If Supremacy make a 1-point play, it will be a 2-possession game, and I don't think Hypergames will have any chance to do anything with it.
No, I don't as well. But he's going to go for it. He's trying to get a 1-point play. Is he going in?
It is.
Good. 25 seconds, and that's got to be GG there for here on Uplink, as it is now a 2-play game. Unable to do anything, and Gumpy's actually trying to extend his lead, if anything. Passes all, and that's gone to Kirby.
Kirby's going to put it in for the 1. And I think the second side, actually, Hypergames have been a lot more impressive for me than they were the first side.
Yes.
This grabbing the drone here is fine when they're going for these 1-pointers from long range, and it's clearly something they've practiced. There are a few times, I will admit, I did point out, you know, what I thought they were doing was wrong. And most of those times when we said it was wrong. It didn't result in anything. They rely a lot on people like Gumpy pushing forward and making those kills. But they are, in my opinion, putting themselves at a disadvantage more often than they need to. And that's something that if they want to progress further in this tournament against better teams, they're going to have to look at.
Yeah. And the first Uplink we saw, obviously in our first game series, we saw one team heavily outslaying. This time we see Hypergames just outslaying Supremacy, but also coming off with a victory. This kind of Uplink and slaying kind of side always comes in hand. And Hypergames now leading the series 2-1.
Yeah.
Going into potentially their last map, our last map of the day. Of course, it is going to be Capture the Flag.
Point.
We haven't seen a CTF yet.
No, we've not, and we are really quite looking forward to it.
Okay, but what I want to do is just take a little step back, you know, reevaluate what we've seen.
Okay.
Literally, we can just lean back a little bit. Reevaluate what we have seen, and almost go into the CTF with a bit of almost preparation.
Okay.
So some of these teams we haven't seen before. We've seen both of them now play Uplink, Hardpoint, and S&D. What are you expecting from both teams on
all right,
the CTF?
Interesting question. So first of all, I expect the CTF to be close. That kind of goes without saying. I do think now, kind of mentally, Supremacy have a great position. I think that they've got a measure of Hypergames at the same time. But I think it's one of these ones where you have to be realistic and say you're expecting it close, and it could be just one play that makes a difference, especially on Capture the Flag, especially with what we've seen here. Now, the slaying between both of them isn't actually a million miles away.
Okay.
So I'm not really too worried about any sort of disparity here.
Oh, yeah.
I think we probably. I'm going to keep an eye on Gumpy. I think Gumpy may be a very key player here. He seems to make these key plays time and time again, but I am still expecting a slow pace.
And are you expecting these Vespers to still rain fire down on Supremacy?
Just looking at the map, I'm going to say it's Stronghold, so I'm going to say no.
Okay. I mean, Stronghold Capture the Flag, that worries me about Lowen's playstyle and how this is going to come into it, because it's the one map where I find you can just be a little bit sneaky. You can hide, you know, near a rock or in the snow, and you can go it a little bit undetected. So will Lowen adopt his Black Ops 1 gameplay? Will he go into a brand new playstyle?
I mean, there's a few places he could probably do that playstyle on this map, especially. So yeah, no, I think Lowen's still going to be passive. I mean, I was actually predicting his passive on the Uplink game, so and I was already one map ahead in anticipation of this.
Yeah, I think he's going to be passive. It's just to what extent is he going to, you know?
I think a lot of people right now we're fanboying that moment way back when that all happened. A lot of people haven't seen that clip.
May not know that.
Yeah, so it's fresh in my mind. I can even see that clip in my mind, and I'm playing it out. And until then, we haven't really seen it from him. So I am kind of looking forward at Touchwood.
And it's good to see these almost veterans of the scene kind of coming back, you know, especially the ones that have taken a break like Lowen. I'm not necessarily think Maxi's taken a break. I think he was just almost you know, dropped a little bit in the French scene. Yeah. We saw Vitality coming through. We saw LDLC, of course, Zyla squad, Zyla team alongside Maxi.
I think that's actually a really good thing you've kind of circling around here is that these two French teams, even though they've got well-known French names on both roster, are actually technically below the top 3 French teams. Yeah. So they're not even top 3 French teams.
And we've seen what Pulsen, Vitality, and LDLC are doing in the league at the moment. Yeah. And to be honest, you know, being frank, they're not doing that much. You know, they're at the bottom. They're there for a reason, and they're not, you know, good enough to break that top 6.
Yeah.
And you know, these two teams who aren't in the league, technically speaking, they're not as good as those 3.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's how you got to be honest with it.
Yeah.
You got to be saying these 3 are technically in the CWL, the others aren't. So by definition, those 3 in the CWL are better. So, but you never know, because they're now in the relegation danger zone. Will one of these teams replace them? And that's what we're looking at here.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Season 2 and seeing, you know, which teams are relegated, which teams are brought in. Of course, do get involved with us on Twitter. Do follow everything. It's at COD World League. If you're on Facebook, it's /Call of Duty. But, of course, that hashtag CWLPS4. Myself and Bryce will be going through some of those as well. Yeah. They're always interesting as well. Some of you guys, you know, whether it's picking up on players, maps, just the series in general, or even just the show and what you've seen so far, it's great to see. And just have that interaction with you guys as well.
Yeah, I always kind of like the way that, you know, people, especially when they give their predictions, especially when they're right. Sometimes some of these players are like such massive fans of their teams.
Yeah.
They've got better prediction than some of the analysts I know of.
Exactly. No, they literally are. I'm actually going to go.
Let's take a little look. Let's take a little look at CWL PS4.
Have a look what is going down. Let's go on the
Let's
live
have a little look.
ones. Okay, so people actually, you know, play as themselves.
Well, yeah, that's another good point, actually, is the ongoing bracket here. You got to remember, there's still a lot of teams left in. This is, what, round 32, sorry? Which means there's still 32 teams left into this here.
This is a good one. This is from, I don't want to ruin your name, Shellitex. It's actually in German, I believe, but I've translated it. It says, tomorrow it is one of the best teams in Europe up against Infuse. Let's see how it goes. The whole thing is going to be streamed. That's, of course, Fab going up against Infuse. I mean, Fab be a team which is, you know, now got so much attention.
Yeah, well, their fan base is massive.
It's absolutely huge. You know, just scrolling down. Let's have a look, see what people are saying. 100%.
A lot of these tweets were in French.
Yeah,
which we should have really expected.
It is Gammo. People obviously highlighting certain individuals.
Yes, Vitality coming in. People talking about the Infuse game as well. That Fabi Infuse game seems to be a kind of a hot favourite.
Team Tempo versus Pulse.
Oh, that's actually a really interesting matchup, considering that Team Tempo are technically one of the favourites to get into Season 2 right now because of their performance last week. And obviously Pulse are sitting dead bottom of the CWL, meaning that their favourites to actually be relegated. So that's a really interesting game to see whether or not Pulse versus Team Tempo. Are Tempo good enough to get into the CWL? Or, you know, I quite like that. I'd love to see the results of that one.
Yeah, and this is another one. Love to see a team of, particularly ones with snipers in Black Ops 3, play in the Pro League as well. So somewhat, you know, big fan of even weapons as well, snipers. I can see literally pages and pages of requests to see Fabi. Literally, as you saw the pop-up there, tomorrow, 2 p.m. our time. That's 1 p.m. GMT, I believe.
Yes. You've
that's
forgotten already.
Down.
You've been in Germany so long.
Basically German now.
Basically German now. You really do not have any grasp of the German language.
Nope, I can say hello, good morning, goodbye, thank you, all the basic stuff, and that's about it. But luckily, a lot of people do speak English here. But let's get back into the game.
Yes, MR6 ban.
And once again.
Yeah, and Overdrive has gone once more. It seems a very similar pattern here. And we do see teams kind of fall into patterns in this ban and protect phase. In terms of it, Man of War has gone again, and you know something, it's actually going to be researched to find out the reason why that is one of the most common bans in this matchup. Clearly, they've been scrimming each other, and clearly this has been a problem.
Yeah, and I mean, Man of War, we know what it is. You know, some people prefer it. It's the best non-burst. It's the best non-burst weapon. You know, this automatic kind of assault rifle.
And it becomes even more lethal with rapid fire.
Yes.
It's unbelievably good with rapid fire, which, you know, doesn't come around very often because it's a common ban. Speaking of common bans, they're both still available and there's only 2 left. So are we going to just see Vortex and Kirby go, you know what, we're playing standard.
Yes.
Rapid fire's gone. Vortex is under the gun. And there we go. Both teams go, yeah, we don't want either of those in.
An overdrive and active camo is taken away. Very standard capture the flag and uplink bans. But again, overclock. These French teams really are not
still available.
And Loan is chosen Psychosis. I'm asking Loan in a little bit.
Maybe he's a big fan. I mean, technically, like I said, this is the reason I believe it's happening like this, is that active camo and overdrive have been consistent bans.
But if that, I mean, I think Loan, especially with his gun skill, I think he can.
But I do agree with you. Out of all of the times he's picked Psychosis, this is the worst one.
I don't think any has been right. I think in Search and Destroy, yeah, you can get away with it.
Yeah.
It can be situational. You can make a play. But I would love to see Loan running maybe a Scythe, especially now. His teammate's got Kinetic Armor, Heatwave, Tempest. He can rock that Scythe or Annihilator. Maybe he just doesn't feel comfortable. Maybe he hasn't played it enough. I know Loan obviously did take a bit of a slow start into Black Ops 3, but definitely a player. And
I'm trying to figure out when he's going to. I mean, when are you going to use this? I mean, maybe if you're making a flag push, you throw them down to find out if somebody's playing passive. That's when I would use it.
If you've got the flag and you're running back, you just pop it and let 3 other clone flag runners run away.
But then you can't rely on those clones to go the way you need them to.
No, I mean that could kind of confuse them. So
unless you're trying to bait somebody out who could be in your own,
we're trying to justify something that isn't justifiable. I think.
No, well,
I don't think Psychosis is a wise pick, and
I can see you've been influenced by me coming off that fence now. By the way.
Yeah, no, I have. I mean, I don't think my fence. I think my fence is broken down a little bit. I'll have to build it back up once. Once you go back.
Let's theory craft for just a second. When would you use Psychosis on Capture the Flag? One of them we pointed out is when you're going for the flag to try to bait out anybody kind of hanging, waiting for it.
Yep.
If you're running back, you can't rely on it to consistently push the lane you want to. So maybe you push it going back into your own flag to try and figure out if somebody's waiting for you, who's trying to make that hero play.
If it's just a one-on-one, for example, when you've got the flag and you know that maybe someone's at your base, just pop it and hope he shoots the wrong one. It's always that distraction.
Yeah, but I think that's not really a good enough use of it. I mean, especially...
No, but it's something we could see. I think...
Yeah, maybe, but I think that's a horrifically inefficient use. If somebody's waiting for you, pop it before, then you're going to know where they are. Because if they're going to reveal position, then that's more important than trying to win a gunfight with Psychosis, because that's nigh on impossible.
And you're not going to use it on a defense. You're not going to, when you sat, I mean, Lowen,
yeah, if Lowen is sat at the back like we're predicting him to be, what's he going to do? Just be, that's almost, unless he gets massively outnumbered, but
maybe
even
he just gets bored and, like you said, wants some friends.
Yeah, maybe it's, I need people just here with me to hug him as he
I can imagine him sat behind that little red car in the picture there. It's like, oh, I need to. I'll just pop
Maybe he wants to play a game of cards. He just pops them out and hopes they'll sit down.
Yeah, and hopefully they won't run away. And to be honest, they're that unpredictable. You never know.
He'll make some sort of incredible. Now we've been sitting here dissing it. He'll make some sort of incredible play, which ends up on
That's what Jerd did on this map when he picked Purifier on Capture the Flag. He picked Purifier. He's one of the first kind of CWL weeks. He's wielding an assault rifle. Okay. But we're going into it. Capture the Flag on Stronghold. Hyper Games versus Supremacy.
Might be going for the cut here. Is he going to be aggressive with it? No, he's going to wait for this one as well. Now, actually being very aggressive from both sides. Chucky Boy's being aggressive.
He's going to be shut down, though. Headshots either side. Rplay and Morsey going to be picking that one up. And as well, Kirby falls down. And now Gumpy's actually the only one alive as he's traded out. This flag.
You know what? Supremacy are really gunning for them here.
Oh, I like the knowledge of the spawn here. I like that from Vortex. He's shut down by Lowen. But again, there is one player, and that last player is just going to be breaching in, and Kirby's going to spot him.
Oh, lose that gunfight. It's Maxi with the win. Now, can Maxi make anything more of this? He's going to be pinched, so no.
I mean, this is so much faster paced than I thought it would be. Look at Lowen. What are you doing, Lowen? This is not the Lowen I know. Maybe he's running to the wrong flag, but no, you've got to hand it to him. He's going aggressive. It's not going to pay off just now.
Well, our prediction completely goes out the window here, as both teams seem to be a lot more aggressive. I mean, we've seen, was it Millennium, where we actually saw them do nothing for so long?
Yeah. But I think it was like 2.5 minutes without one gunfight in a game.
But right now, the French are proving us completely wrong. Kirby pushing forward once again, looking for that next engagement. Lowen, only one left alive, and this is where I expected him to be.
Yeah.
This is actually where I thought he was going to be for the majority of the game. But he has had to do this because of the defensive play they've now got to do.
Has spotted one. I mean, that glass, you can shoot through it, but you won't break it. Morsey, though, does take him down.
Chucky Boy's trying to defend desperately.
Yeah, with an SMG as well, so difficult.
Kuda, he does get challenged as well. Vortex, he will now have this one away. But however, he should die here.
Yeah, oh, he's not. He's actually been spotted, but...
The other player went forward in anticipation.
Oh my goodness, he's just made an absolute miracle of a play to get away, but he's going to be shut down. Only Morsey is available, and this could be the counter cap coming in.
Needs to make that one, does make it as well. That was a big kill from him. He basically had to land every single bullet to make it. And Psychosis has been popped. Lowen's popped it. Lowen has popped it, and it's done nothing. Psychosis did absolutely nothing. He popped it. They didn't push. I think what player pushed for him went down. Lowen decided to sit right there. All right, finally, here we go. This is where it slowed down now.
Okay, so we've had the 2.5 minutes of absolute craziness. Chucky, though, doing great work with this. with his CUDA. Did he have a smoke then, which he was lobbing on the flag, or?
What was that, Chucky?
Yeah.
I'll go, as soon as he respawns, I'll go back on with him. But now this has slowed down a little bit more now. Let's go back on board with him. What's he got?
Yeah.
There's a smoke.
Something usually we see kind of taken out of CTF.
Yeah, a lot of times simply because of it will kind of break this sort of stalemate. However, like I said, this is the more the CDF we were expecting. A little bit slower. Mousy, though, making a play. And it looks like he's home free. I don't think they know that he slipped the net.
No, he just needs to wait for his team to pick up a few kills, but he's not going to go his favour.
He's got to wait now. I mean, if he pulls it, he's got to wait for a hero play.
Yes, he has to wait, and he has to make... I mean, this could be ideal. If the respawn come in and they make this play, this could be perfect for him.
Kinetic armor used, now he's going to pull it here. Vortexy making those 2 kills has opened up a gap here. Malzy will now rip this one away. And it looks like he's home free. Lowen's the only one who can do anything, and he's desperately going to try and hit him. Doesn't manage to make the hits, and Malzy, after being so patient, will now get this one home.
Yep, that's going to be one over in favor of Supremacy, and it's what they needed as Hyper Games lead the series now 2-1. Supremacy need this one, and of course that last map to take the victory. Vortex and Malzy getting another kill. Vortex as well.
You remember that he's on a 5 streak now, and he's actually the one who made that play possible by picking up a 2-piece to defend his own flag, which opened up space for Malzy. Kirby makes the kill, though. Breaking this down. Our play's going to go up against another player here, and it does seem like, to me, Supremacy are the more aggressive squad.
They are indeed, and they're pushing forward.
Oh, look at that. That angle, that cover. Almost never going to get it out. And now Lowen's back where we expected him to be. This is where Lowen's going to default to a lot of the time.
Yeah, and it'll be the same on the other side behind that car, you know, that defensive stance. And a lot of the time it's worked out for him, you know, in his Call of Duty career, but his Black Ops 3 going to be different. The only thing at the moment is, with Lowen sat right back there, he's not helping his team pull a flag, and with them needing one, they're 1-0 down at the minute going into the second side.
This will be a ridiculous hero play if Chucky can make anything of it, but wins the first one. A lot of bodies around. Smoke has gone down. Surely he's not going to be able to pull this one out. No, even pops his heat wave to try to make something happen.
Didn't manage to do so, but...
Who's that coming out?
Lightning Strike and Hellstorm has been unlocked by one of the players. I think there's 75 away from a Cerberus. That's one of the guys on Supremacy.
Let's have a quick look.
Let's go through. There we go. Ooh, can he make this last play?
No!
Oh! I think he'll be happy to stay alive there, actually.
Yeah. But there we go. 1-0 to Supremacy going into the second half of what was a very quick 2 minutes, then a stop, then a counter cap, and then nothing for the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, and I mean, just to show how far it back was, that Lahano kill was on that heat wave. But 1-0 for Supremacy going into things. I'd like to see Loan, you know, if he wants to play defensive, maybe push up a little bit further. Because they are obviously...
Well, this is where he's going to have to, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he used that Psychosis aggressively in the first half. And in the second half, he's definitely going to need to do it again.
Okay. Kirby controlling this mansion. Not going to do anything. Let's see what Vortex can do, because I want to see if he can get this...
Our players, it might go for the flank here. No, backs off. Why did he back off?
Who knows? Call out maybe, but Gumpy picks up one. Someone who hasn't...
Vortex has got his Cerberus.
Present. Oh, he has.
Now, can Supremacy capitalize on this? Just drop it in their flag.
Not going to be able to get there, because Kirby's holding the corner there. And Malzy...
Well, this makes it even harder for Hyper Games, because now he's got full streaks. Not only can he use that Cerberus to control parts of the map wherever he wants to. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not going to stop a flagpole, but it just becomes a massive nuisance. But he can also use those lightning strikes to kind of stop a flagpole.
Yeah, those lightning strikes and Hellstorms will definitely come in at some point. Tempest is shut down as well. Maxi's going to be taking care of that, as well as taking care of his own flag.
Lowen is actually back in spawn.
He's running all the way back.
However, Chucky Boy makes the kill here. Who's that? It's going to be our play. He's going to be watching, waiting.
Oh, Lowen's just going to run out. Is Lowen going to be spotted? He has been. I'm just looking at the mini-map there. As Vortex is going to be able to run away with this. V-pops his Cerberus down.
I mean, he might catch a few off the respawn.
Oh, he's going to be running into the hands
He
of
could
one
even
person,
ping this.
though.
He could ping this.
Who's that one person?
Chucky Boy. Well, I'm going to flick to him just before Vortex gets to him. Although Vortex, he looks like he might go a different way. He has.
Oh, no.
And Chunky Boy's trying to get this one, and he is going to be able to hold it down. Chunky Boy needs to clutch everything here. No. Down he goes, and Malzy will put that home for 2-0, even though he was heat-waved.
Yeah, I mean, what a play there. Picks up the 2-piece, was heat-waved, managed to secure the flag. And 2-0 now in favour of them. They've got, obviously, a Cerberus in the back pocket. That'll probably be put on the map sooner or later.
Down they go. Hyper Games now need to really make this work for them. They're being aggressive this time. But, again, is that our play? It will be our play at the back, and they have to get past him if they want to make this one. Shots engaged there. Both teams tagged up. Smoke on the flag as well. And our play's just holding this one down. And Cerberus is now coming in. They're actually going to be holding it at home.
Yeah, they're going to using the Cerberus as a defense. I mean, you may see him actually jump inside it.
He might do on the respawn. Probably not going to do quite yet.
Scythe been used.
Look
as
at
well.
this. They're kind of turtling up. Our play's almost out of ammo, actually. He's going to have to,
He's put so many bullets into them, but they're just not dying.
Unfortunately, he's got the tank on the field. Actually, look at this. Malzy has decided to use his scythe aggressively.
Oh, he's going to be caught off guard, surely.
Lowen's going to... No, not going to see him. Lowen, take the shot. Take the shot, Lowen. He's going to be able to get this soon, surely. Lowen, take the shot.
Oh, and he's flashed just at the right time, actually.
He's going to be able to get... No, oh my goodness. Lowen's still chasing.
Oh, he's gone back.
Oh, my goodness. He had a few opportunities to at least put bullets in to slow him down, and now Malzy may go all the way home.
Yeah, that's going to be home and dry. That's going to be 3-0, and that's going to be game for sure. I mean, Lowen, I saw what he was trying to do. You know, you don't want to rush the shot. You want to make sure you can kill him, especially if you're the only one at your home flag.
That first opportunity he had, though, was the time. That was his best opportunity, and obviously he was waiting for a clearer shot. But that because he's kept pre-aiming in to actually look for the shot, the enemy team, all he was doing was running.
Yeah.
Malzy just kept running.
And he kept getting that one little step away from him. And unfortunately for him, it's going to end up in another flag, and it's 3-0 for Supremacy. And looking very strong going into this last map. If it does stay like this. Oh.
Wow, it does seem like, I mean, Supremacy have really just been the better team here. They were more aggressive, which is what we said from the outset. But yeah, this is not the game we expected here. Our play has just been locking it down. This is what we expected Lowen to do a lot of the time, but he only did it in parts. And, you know, that's probably because they lost that flag so quick.
Yeah, and we breach into the last minute. Annihilators are brought out, Specialists as well, but I don't think it's going to change anything right now, Bryce. We're going into a map number 5. Oh, that was a nice shot. Maxi there with the Annihilator. Can he make it a second?
No, but he has enough bullets to clips to make it. Trying to get that, not able to quite knock it down. But Chucky Boy, unless you have some sort of boots of Hermes on, my friend, you will not be making it back and fall 3 times.
Maybe this is Lowen's plan. If he grabs the flag now, uses Psychosis, he'll have 4 flags, run it all home, and it wins 4-3.
Has anybody tried it?
I mean, you can't really rely on those clones too much, can you?
No, not too much. One of them will actually end up returning the flag, I'm sure. But there we go. It will be Supremacy who take that 3-0.
Yep, and we're going to see a Game 5. It's going to be S&D, and it's going to be on Redwood. And this is a map which I really enjoy. I mean, S&D Fringe, it is my favourite. But S&D Redwood brings so much more to the table, I think, in just the actual map itself, because it has this kind of open playing field in the middle, Bryce. I'm excited to say the least. I'm jumping the gun a little bit, but let's wrap up that map. It obviously was Stronghold capture the flag, and we talked about Lowen so much, really kind of didn't come into play.
No,
much.
it was more our play holding that position we expected of him, but that's because they were allowed to. Hyper Games just... They obviously lost the flag early on, and they never really looked in danger, and then obviously Supremacy just took advantage of it and went, well, we'll keep sending someone out then.
And it worked for them, but the last time we saw Search and Destroy, we did see Hyper Games, as well as Lowen, do some very damaging things. It was 6-1, and that was on S&D Fringe. If we're going to see something similar, I hope not. I hope we're going to see maybe 6-4.
Well, like I said, in that last S&D, I did say maybe it'll be a bit closer on a different map here. There was a few things that went one way or the other, and you're sitting there going, well, if things had been a bit different, maybe it hadn't been such a smashing.
And there's only one way to find out is getting into it. But before we do, I want to almost go back to the Search and Destroy we saw on Fringe and just kind of look at how kind of they went out. At first, we saw some really kind of sudden rushes to B.
Yeah.
That got shut down. This was through Supremacy's eyes, of course. And everything that they went for the defense, they kind of all split up. And from what I watched on Supremacy, they went for a very standard 2-2 defensive side of things, and they got outnumbered. And that's where Hyper Games, I think, reacted, and we talked about that, adapting in game.
Yeah.
I think they took that a little bit better than Supremacy, and I think that's why they came off better, because as soon as they knew that the opposing team was rushing B, they'd rotate, they'd send one A player to B, and that's where I see the difference with these two teams at the moment.
Okay, so you're kind of judging it off that same map. You think it's to be the same thing here?
I think judging from what I've seen, Hyper Games have the more kind of adaptability in game. They seem to be better and quicker at it.
I think they hesitate less. I think that was what you're circling around is they seem a lot more confident in the way they're actually moving around the map and a lot more confident in what they're doing.
Yeah.
Whereas sometimes the rotation wasn't coming in because of hesitation and being a little bit unsure whether or not they should leave their position.
And I think as well the fact that they won a couple of rounds back-to-back gave them that confidence to almost push it all the way.
And I think as it went on later and later, as it got more and more one-sided, actually become more of the case.
Yeah. But it's going to be on Redwood. It's got to be Search and Destroy. Now, I'm a big fan. I say it about pretty much every map. I'm on the fence. I understand, Bryce. Fringe is my favourite, and I'll always back that one up. But what do you kind of think about S&D Redwood?
I do like S&D Redwood. I think the way the two bomb sites, obviously there is a preferred bomb site, but I think I like the way that a lot of times it comes down to those individual picks, and a lot of players will back off and come forward again. It's almost like an ebb and flow on this map.
Yeah.
Similarly, because it's very difficult to grab any sort of control with the way that mid-map is. Being that you can't obviously sit realistically in those positions, there's too many places to peek. So a lot of the time you're going to see these players actually kind of just ebb and flow, and they'll peek a corner and they'll go away, and they'll talk almost like a telepathic communication with the team going, well, I didn't see anybody there. We don't have the information. I want to go back again. And eventually a few times you'll see them duck in and out and then try and actually commit. Because that's the way that this map is played, and it's almost it's not really passive from the defenders on this map. It's more of a, we don't want to get caught, so we have to sit far enough back on our line that we can't take control of a bomb site.
It's that B bomb site that's so hard because it's almost given naturally to the attackers.
Yeah.
And you're kind of on the defense, you're pinned back in this house, and it's how do we defend it? If we grenade it, they've got trophies, they've got all the power.
Yeah.
And I think it's just how you get out of that. And we see teams trying to rush out, all three of them just kind of bursting out of B and pushing them back. Sometimes it works brilliantly, sometimes it doesn't. And I think that's kind of the great thing about this map is A, is all yours. You've got it, it's pretty much in your spawn, but B is so kindly given to the attacking team almost. You'd think they'd go that every time. You will see these A rushes.
Do you know what I want to see on this?
As well.
I would love to see the M8 ban for a change. I think, I cannot see a man of... if they're banning the Man of War here, something has clearly happened in the history between these two squads.
Yeah.
Because the M8 on this map is so much more effective.
Better than the M8 too.
Yeah. So MR6 ban pretty much straight away. HCXD coming out as well, so that actually makes it interesting for the streaks that these two teams are going to be using, so we won't see any HCXDs. Overkill, that's very normal as well with Search and Destroy. It's a fairly standard ban. Obviously, the two standards of Rapid Fire and High Caliber are still in. But yeah, maybe ban the M8 this time. Run that Man of War. Or, but I mean, in that time, you're going to be worried about a Man of War and M8 ban. Using two bans.
Yeah, I mean, this is very kind of reminiscent of the other previous games. Are we going to see an active camo, a Rapid Fire, a High Caliber, standard stuff here? I think
we'll see active camo go again. They both these teams clearly hate it.
Yeah, they don't like it. Oh,
Afterburner. So obviously this is going to be something to do with the flanking on A bomb site.
Yep, those kind of tree runs that you can do some crazy stuff on.
Active camo,
and then two bans left
it should be the two standard bans. Yeah. They haven't upset us so far in this term, so it should be High Caliber and Rapid Fire.
I'd love it if it wasn't High Caliber.
Throw a spanner in. No. Yeah.
If High Caliber just stays and everyone turns onto the Shiva,
it becomes Shiva game. We may still see it. We may still see the Shiva. A lot of players kind of favour it, especially throwing the other team off. So here we go, back into the specialist draft.
So we're going to see your heat waves, your kinetic.
I think Lowen's taking Psychosis, by the way.
Do you know what? I think I'm going to agree with you. I think maybe, just maybe, he'll take Psychosis. He's taken it the last 3 games, 4 should I say. He opted for it in a hard point. Search and Destroy, capture the flag and uplink. If you're listening, Lowen,
I believe in you.
You do you, and see if it works.
All right. Well, Kinetic Armor has come in. Now, Lowen is the one we were looking at. Psychosis actually from Malsey coming in. Both sides coming in with Psychosis. Kinetic Armor for Vortexy and Glitch for Profit. Now, not really unknown, I said again, when it comes down to the bans, they will be dictating the reason that Psychosis has been picked. And this is, for me, at the very least, the game where I've seen Psychosis picked most. I believe it's been picked on every single map. But yeah, Psychosis, clearly both these teams have a little soft spot for it.
Yes, and as these guys create their classes, they've got a minute to do so. Yeah. I'm going to throw a bit of an obscure one at you, Bryce. With the bands that have come in, what's the class you're picking? What are you rocking
for
here?
me?
Yeah,
Me? SVG Thermal.
Oh,
MR6.
okay. You fancy yourself as a bit of a sniper?
No, I'm awful at it, but I'll still pick it. Because when you hit that shot, you feel great.
See, I'm the complete opposite. I'm running...
terrible sniper.
That is true. I'm probably running an SMG. I'm running straight out of that B bomb site, and I'm challenging whoever is on the attack.
Bit of a VMP, man, are we?
VMP/CUDA, whatever I'm feeling.
CUDA.
If Rapid Fire's in there, I'd love to pop a fairer one. But I'm definitely an SMG, not an SVG kind of guy.
Okay.
I think we'd make a great team.
We could do. I mean, as long as we don't have your brother in, I'll be quite happy.
I knew it.
He's probably one of the worst COD players I've ever met.
He's not the greatest player in the COD scene, but I definitely don't think he's the worst. Well,
Look, you're technically part of the Casters team now, so if another Casters game ever comes down, you have replaced your brother 100%.
What is the casted team right now?
Well, it depends, because this actually depends whether or not you class Benson as European or American. Because he was technically on the team.
I think we've got now enough European casters to actually, I mean...
Is Machine any good?
Oh,
Are you going to be diplomatic or tell the truth?
I think he has some good qualities. But I think he also has some room to improve.
I feel like it's going to be quite awkward next time you cast with him now.
Let's just say he has some room to improve.
Okay, well... I'm sure you can teach him.
But I think he has that knowledge and that background history that could really bring out the best of him.
You know what?
I love Brycey's so
you
to
go
the
to
point.
sleep tonight hugging your machine pillow.
Have you got one for me?
No, but I'm surprised you haven't got one, like one of those body pillows you can just take and hug machine.
Oh, I'd like that.
Right, let's get back into this game here. It's going to be Redwood Search and Destroy. Do you think we'll see a kind of a matchup of the one we saw last time with dominance on this actually coming down, or do you think we're going to be seeing a little bit more even game?
Well, let's get into it. Redwood S&D.
He's got to be holding inside with this.
He must be. Vesper, extend. Is it Vortex? Let's go on board with the attack team. What's Gumpy doing with that bomb site? With that bomb, should I say? He's going for the B bomb site.
Look at the nade rain coming in. It's actually an aggressive push coming out from Supremacy, and they might not be used to this, but Gumpy will actually pick up two because of it. He might see the third. Can he get the third kill as well? Looking for it. No. Rplay will bring that one down, but Rplay goes down as well. Now Chucky Boy.
Rplay has made the second,
yeah. And now he's going to get taken down as well. Looks like Supremacy's aggressive push worked out for them.
He did. I mean,
that was a lot quicker than I was expecting.
One round down. Potentially only 5 more to go, but what an aggressive play there from Supremacy. I mean, something they didn't do on the previous S&D, and they've learned from it. You know, they've tried something different. I'm doubtful they'll do that every single defense, but it was definitely effective there.
That's something I've not really seen that much of, that 3-man push, and it almost went terribly wrong for them there, as Gumpy almost made them pay for it.
Yeah,
but Rplay come out clutch.
Are they going to go for this dominant B? Yeah, they're going to this B site. They've got one obviously in bunker. EMP's going down. And
feels himself a bit fishy today.
For a cheeky swim. Trophies have been put down, and oh my goodness, straight onto the bomb site.
Wow, he's looking just monstrous right now.
4 kill streak, 4-0, and he's only in round number 2. Bomb's going to go down. I'm not sure what has been unlocked for his score streaks, but he's got to be close.
In the corner. Yeah. He's relying on his teammates here as well. Now, interesting point about this is I don't know how many tacticals are left on the other side after that first initial burst of kind of throwing nades around everywhere. But I think he's going to get checked here. Rplay has been checked, and he is going to go down. Great play there, actually, from Chucky Boy to predict that and have the confidence to pick it out.
Oh, and that's going to be another play, and Gumpy's going to take him down. And numbers advantage does get evened up by Vortex, as Gumpy does add another one to the tally, and Maxi
makes
shuts
1
him
versus
down.
2 if he can make it, but he has been tagged up. Surely he's being challenged here, and he will go down low and eventually gets that trade, but it's not going to be enough time, and they're going to lose anyway. He tries to get the trophy.
He does, and he gets away with that, but not away with the round, as Maxi does fall, but he has the last laugh there as he takes round number 2, Supremacy.
Maxi is just enough. Technically, you call that a clutch.
Yep, I'll give it to him. You know that one play that he did make, this one, in fact, right here, stops the defuse coming in.
And then obviously you can see Lowen going to come around the corner. We're going to not be able to see that in the kill cam. But just to duck away there, the reflexes to keep out of it. Lowen not quite able to make that kill quick enough.
Going on board back with the attacking team. And we're back here with Hyper Games. Chucky Boy fancies himself a little bit of a Bryce. Bit of an SVG thermal.
Well, let's see whether or not he can make any plays with it. Almost gets him. Not quite able to. And that player will have to back off. I think that was Malzy.
There is someone on the flank from the defending side, just to highlight that, and that's going to be Vortex, and Chucky goes down. This is going to be dangerous stuff for Hyper Games. Now, and
gets one back, though. They need to really push in here.
They do.
Kirby is waiting to see if Malzy is aggressive. You can actually see him. Oh, he's been hit up as well. We'll get tagged, and Malzy will go aggressive. Never mind. Kirby has his number. 2 versus 2 now. Vortex looking on the flank. Using that tree to run. Goes for the positioning. Our player's actually having a gun battle and will take down Kirby as well. Lowen's left in a 1 versus 2.
Have they managed to come back from a 2v4 to a 2v1? Or am I incorrect in saying that? However, though, Lowen in a 1 versus 2, he has everything to do, and he's 2-0 down in the game.
I think it was Hyper Games with a disadvantage. I think Vortex, he made the flank.
Yes, you're right. You are right. Lowen trying to do everything. Just
Gets
bigger one.
Looking for the
Oh, the
glitch.
reload!
That actually saved his life. Lowen, if he makes this now, the glitch will have gone to his favor because he was reloading. Jumps out. The fists are not a good idea. The fists are not a good idea. Doesn't matter. Gets out the Kuda eventually and will pick up the clutch there. Lowen holds it down for his squad. And he jumped out of the window without a gun in his hand. But fortunately, made it work. Hipfire of the gods comes in, and Lowen ties that one up.
Yeah, that glitch play, I mean, Lowen didn't have a bullet to his name in that chamber. It could have really been gone the other way, but Lowen does pull out the clutch, and it's now 2-1. This is getting a little bit too intense for my liking here.
I kind of wish he'd punched him to death now. I kind of want to see it. All right, let's see this as it goes in again here. Vortexy is going to be so heavily taken by these flashbangs coming in, but kills going down. Vortexy, free of their influence, will make a kill as well. Advantage to Supremacy. Can he make this kill as well? No. Continues firing as well when that player's departed. Flank coming in. Lowen looks to try and make something happen here and even it up.
He's got a psychosis.
He has got a psychosis, but he will go down. Chucky Boy in a 1 versus 3 bomb down. Nightmare scenario. Wouldn't expect him to peek. I was expecting him to peek bridge here actually with a sniper. And he is going to do exactly that. Looking for him, and I think it might be time. He does get one though. Surely going to push him down. No, it looks like they're actually going to go away from him here. And he might even be flanked.
I like this choice because with a sniper, they're just making it so much harder for him. He's going to find another, though, and that just running away. Yeah. You've done the right thing, 19 seconds, and your teammate Maxi will be able to check the bomb.
Yeah, just checking it both sides.
Ooh,
however...
No, I thought then he just checked it at the wrong time, but Maxia and Vortex there.
Vortex, he actually picked that one up.
Yeah. Nice, easy kill there, doubling up to Supremacy, 3-1. In fact... going the complete opposite way of the last Search and Destroy, which favoured Hyper Games in the same fashion.
Yeah, I mean, the fact they're just displacing every time, it was kind of like sitting there going, please, please, I need to kill you with my sniper. And they just went away from each other, knowing that the time in Search and Destroy, how important it actually is. But let's go on board with the attacking here, and Lowen has Psychosis. Does this mean we're going to see a push with it?
It looks like they're going towards A. One place I have seen it used before is this top tree, just to kind of bait out a few players. Be
now,
nice to
does
see.
he push it around the tree? There he goes. Going to be trying to use it. And right now, it's not come to very much. However, Chucky Boy managed to pick up a kill. Gave away the positioning of our play. However, they're coming behind them. Oh, Lowen just sits down, says thank you. We'll get taken down in reply, though. Gumby tries to even that one up as Malzy does make a 2-piece. Looking for it desperately. He's trying to get it out. Surely he can't get away. No. Gumby does eventually take him down here. Now goes to a 1 versus 1. It's Kirby versus Maxi.
This is going to be a tense one as Maxi's running away. He was on that first string. Now he's opted for the second. And Kirby's in a great position. He has spotted him. There you go. The spot has come down. The engagement has taken place. But this bomb isn't planted just yet.
Oh, look at this. Both of them positioning.
He's gone for the kill, and he's going to be able to get it.
Oh, confidence from Kirby to go for it then. Didn't back away. Didn't try and maybe bait him out with the plant just to the left side of the tree. Just went, you know what, I'm going to go for it.
Great shot as well.
Yeah, and that was actually a close gunfight between 2 of them. I think the actual first shots come in for the Supremacy player. I can't remember who that was again. But yeah, right now 3-2 to Supremacy.
Looking good, but looking much closer than the first Search and Destroy. On board with that attacking team, we've got a Psychosis.
Let's see if they can do the same thing.
Very, very often, and we say it time and time again, when one team goes A and it flips around, the other team goes A, and I don't know why it is, but it always seems to be the case.
Again?
Yep. There we go.
Around the tree. Trying to bait this player out. Who is that? It's going to be Lowen.
Lowan's read it.
No, I don't know if he has read it. I think he was just waiting. But now he's going to see it. Now picks up 2. Will eventually get taken down, but played enough. And who else is close? It's Chucky Boy.
2 versus 3. The bomb is in the hands of rPlay.
Is he planting?
I don't think he's planting just yet. Oh, he has spotted 1. He's going to be able to tag, not get the kill, though. 7 kills to his name.
He's now aware that he really needs this down, so he has freedom.
That one player flanking, though, is going to jump up. It's going to be Chucky, I think. No, it's not. Chucky's fell off the map. That's going to be your afterburner coming in. Afterburner ban, should I say, coming in. 2v2, though.
Gumpy's in a position here. You can see it. Is he going to use this and glitch out? No. Stays where he was. Looking for this one now. Has over. rPlay's got to make the plays. Sees him, doesn't matter. Gumpy will pick that one up as he is now 7 and 5.
And he still has his glitch. Great play there from Gumpy. And actually leveling things out 3-3. Bricey, this is turning out to be an awesome game so far.
We're going to see a round 11 screamer. That's a real question.
Just making sure his body was dead there. A few extra bullets just put into the fellow Frenchman.
All right, there we go. Obviously gets shot, but never mind. That cover of that bomb. Even if he'd done it, I think he had the ability to trade anyway. There was no way he was winning that.
No, 3-3 though, coming into their Supremacy and Hyper Games head-to-head. Of course, this is, the round of 32. Winner of this goes on to the next round of 16.
And tomorrow.
And tomorrow, yeah, I mean, you want to be placing in that top 8. That's where the money starts to come in. That's where your CWL points start to count. Of course, one of these teams are going home with absolutely nothing.
Well, Gumpy's going to make a push here. And I was wondering whether or not he was going to make a more aggressive push and then glitch out if he needed to, but never mind. His teammate comes up and Mousy rips him to bits. And Gummy's probably just thanking his stars that wasn't him. However, who's that being aggressive? Vortexy.
Oh, he's seen him.
Oh,
he's
no!
seen him. No!
He can't do anything!
Lowen on a bit of a backstroke there, shooting up with his Gouda.
Like a shark from the deep.
It was, literally, but Mousie's actually picked his 2nd kill of the round up. As Gumpy is on a flank here. The bomb is going to be able to be planted here at A, and look at that mini-map. All 3 players from Supremacy absolutely clueless that this is about to go down. The clock's going to extend for 45 seconds. It's going to take them 10 to even get over there. This is going to be exciting. Heat wave for Maxi.
Yeah, this is the interesting thing is actually because they're so far away, they're going to burn up precious seconds just getting there.
Yeah.
So it means the entrance to the bomb site actually will probably have to be a little bit quicker than they'd usually like. However, heat wave available. Going to go out, pop it here as well, trying to make that kill. Glitch away, though. Trying to get it at the same time. No, he goes down. And so many kills go down. It's Gumpy now, left in a 1 versus 2.
And he was heat wave. This is the player that was heat waved. He managed to get away from the glitch, and Morsey made a massive play to clutch up there. 3 kills in the round.
And look at that. That was amazing. Heat waving the glitch. We do see that fairly often, actually.
And the one thing is, if you heat waved and you glitch, you still go to a new location. You're still in that daisy heat wave kind of sensation, if you like. You don't just kind of zap out of it straight away. Otherwise, it could have been different.
There we go. Mousy actually managing to switch up position enough to make this final kill. But Supremacy will take the lead.
4-3. I mean, they were 3-0 up.
Yeah.
And it went to 3-3. Now back to Supremacy.
Well, Supremacy are on the attack this time around. Going to go on board with rPlay.
I want to see what this glitch can bring to the game. He's 8 and 5. He's doing great work, and he looks like he knows the route he's taking.
Got a hit marker here as well. I'm not sure if he saw that information through the window. Now, if he does this, he could glitch back out, but no, he's going to push the bomb. Oh, yeah, does actually have it as well. Has been tagged up at the same time. There's a little bit of a flank going on. It's Lowen. Let's go quickly look at this.
He's going to be spotted.
Yeah, down he goes.
Yeah, Maxi and Lowen. Yeah, he knows him too well. Traded, though. Kirby picked up 1, 3v3. Bomb has been planted. It's going to be on B. And
I'm actually kind of curious to where rPlay will go if he hits the glitch.
Yeah, I mean...
think it's going to be back upstairs, but I can't be certain. But no, he gets taken down anyway. Vortex, he left in a 1 versus 3. Doesn't really matter. Hyper Games will tie this up 4-4.
Yeah, no time for that. And, of course, with HCXD banned, no score streaks have come in.
Yeah, we haven't seen any.
Yeah, and, of course, I think Overclock was banned as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure it was.
Or it's not been used. To say that, I mean, everyone's kind of opting for... In fact, no Afterburner was banned. No. Yeah. I'm a big fan of Overclock. I like unlocking my specialist a bit quicker.
Well, especially with the way that some of these game modes have been playing out.
Yeah.
I mean, using those specialists can kind of make the difference here. And that's why we talk so much about efficiency in these.
Yeah, it is all about, using them at the right kind of point. You pointed out a very good thing and almost brought to light to me was how Uplink is so specially spaced. And, watching it now, it's just all about them. But we're not on Uplink, we're on S&D, it's 4-4. And things are getting a little bit too close for comfort. And we've seen this aggressive play from Supremacy out of B again, but no.
Nobody
Hyper Games haven't fell for it this time.
But they
rotating
have no
to A.
control. Yeah. Who's
B.
that, apart from our play? Who may be able to hit a flank here. Sees one, looking for the second one as well. Our play also has that glitch. Still has the advantage because of it. Can see a player here. No. Look at that.
They're just back to back here.
Like ships in the night. Don't even see each other.
Yeah, I'm going to sooner or later, though. R plays in a deadly position. If he pops under this wall here, he's going to see him. He spotted him.
Oh, my
goodness. Gone out, and now they've taken it to the ground.
In that scenario rather than a gun. But no, eventually we'll get picked up, and it's now going to be Gumpy. Left alone. All by himself, surrounded by the guys on Supremacy. He's got 30 seconds to do it. Right now, he's sitting there wondering why on earth it's him.
It's not going to happen. I mean, he may pick up a kill or two in the meantime, but he's certainly not winning this round.
What goes through your head in this kind of scenario? Like, it's pretty much one of the hardest things to win ever.
I think you've literally just.
He's not even going for it. He just doesn't want to feed streaks. Is he worried about?
Yeah, I think that's it. You've got to pick up a few.
No,
kills.
they're worried about the 5-5. That's what he's worried about. He's worried about the 5-5. That's why he's not going anywhere.
The 5-5?
Yeah, they think obviously he's kind of put it in his mind that he's worried about.
I'm confused.
So no, I'm trying to explain my thought process. So he knows he's not going to win that 1v4.
Okay.
So he's relying on the kills and deaths when it goes to 5-5. Which one it goes? That's what he's. Yeah.
Yeah. So
see where I got to?
So he's trying to get the kills so he can get the defend on the 5-5. If it goes to that, which has to go to that because otherwise he's going to lose 6-4. Bryce, you are a genius.
That's the theory. Anyway. I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but that's the only reason I can think of not even bothering to go for it. All right, let's take a little look. I mean, we've got a Psychosis, we've got a Kinetic, we've got a Glitch. Supremacy could end this right here.
That's not going to work. EMP your whole team there with that EMP in the water, of course.
So that's why they're being aggressive with it this time. They've obviously already lost Maxi. But they're going straight through. Psychosis coming through as well. But Vortex will actually pick that one up. Chucky boy.
He still has Glitch, Bryce.
He does. Now he knows that's not one.
Bomb is going down from Malsey.
It's going to be Kirby on the flank here.
I like the positioning, though, that the Hyper Games
Lowen needs to make this kill as well, because if he makes it, it pulls another player out. But they're both the challenge at the same time. Lowen has to back off with the arcade. He is going to go down as they do push him, but it will be traded back again. Chuggy Baby picks this one up. It's a baby then instead of boy. Clearly I've developed some sort of crush.
Maybe he's a young boy. Nevertheless, 2 versus 2, 25 seconds. The defuse isn't coming in. And time's ticking away. This is all going in favor of Supremacy. And now, just the way they planted it here.
Oh, no. Chuggy Boy needs to make it. Needs to make it. Does eventually get him through the wall here. He's got Kinetic.
The time's against him. He can't do this. It's game over. And you've got to see Supremacy.
No, it's no good.
Taking the game. And Vortex, he doesn't mind swimming with the fishies there as he's taking the game. It's 6-4. Goes in favor of Supremacy. And what a game we've just seen, Bryce.
Yeah, unbelievable. Supremacy will take it there as well. And you know what? Very, very impressed with the kind of the patience. And I mean, the only thing I could think of to do here, he took the risk, and I was sitting there looking at the time going, is he going to get out and back regardless of where he is? I mean, I was sitting there going, what, there was 12 seconds, I think, when he came through the doorway, if I'm correct. And realistically, in that scenario, what do you go, well, if he does it, then that player can check with it any time in the next 5 seconds, so it's fine. The only thing I could think of is maybe if he had Kinetic on, that maybe
just defuse with Kinetic and hope.
Just enough time with the bullets.
Turn your head away.
Yeah, that player's going to sit there, just unload a clip into him, and Kinetic's powerful. It's not that powerful. But yeah, it's almost a lose-lose situation. He really needed to make that first kill a lot quicker than he did to have that kind of flexibility to actually make that one. But didn't make it.
I think the trade from Lowen was, it was like he had a secure kill. He was pinned in, and the teammate kind of just, I'm not sure who it was, just baited for him. It was perfect, managing to pick up with a round. But we do see Supremacy advance. Had to think for a second there as Hyper Games do fall. Of course, no Lowen tomorrow. We're going to see Maxi advance into that round of 16. Of course, we're going to pick it up from the quarterfinals tomorrow, and that is going to be at 2 p.m. CET. If you're in the UK, it's 1 p.m. and that's going to be Fabi versus Infuse. What a game to bring you. And that'll be the first of many. We're going to see it right to the end. We're going to see the quarters, the semis, and that final as well to see who takes home the majority share of $5,000. And, of course, those all-important CWL points It's been a short one today.
It has.
But of course we've got a long one tomorrow. We're gonna prepare for that one. Other than that, I mean, I've had a great time. It's good to have obviously you back.
Thank you.
You know,
I feel like a guest.
Yeah. Other than that, I mean, you know, you went home on Monday. I did Tuesday, Wednesday, and then like you're back again. It's like you're almost creeping on me a little bit.
A little bit. Well, I feel
do
like
enjoy
I have
it.
to.
I'd be lying if I said not to. But do remember, obviously, to follow obviously all the Call of Duty World League action. Below is all the links with the hashtag CWLPS4. Whether you're on Facebook, whether you're on Twitter, I'm gonna go through a few now, just see what you're saying. Probably a lot in French as well for the fans of Hyper Games and Supremacy. But do join us tomorrow at 2 p.m. CET. Fabi versus Infused. It's going to be a good one. See you then.
Mm.